dann komm. Ja, das springt jetzt nicht hoch, bleib hier unten. Ich gehe da hinten gleich hoch. Oh. Das ist ätzend, ne? Ey, das ist ätzend, ne? Die ganze Zeit im Augen. Dann kommst du gar nicht wieder zurück zu Hause. Das ist doch ein geiles Plätzchen, kannst du dich hinsetzen. Vor allen Dingen sitzt du oben, sitzt du so, hier vorne, gehst du eins weiter runter, sitzt du so. Ja, ja. Victor?
Haben Sie mich gerufen?
Ja, kann ich auf Vorstadt gehen?
Ja, mach gleich mal Vorstadt.
Achtung, Fahrerlager, Achtung, Fahrerlager. Aufgrund eines Fehlers im Zeitplan, die wichtige Durchsage nach der Montag DD2, der Vortrag DD2 Masters. Öffnet natürlich nicht um 12 Uhr. Sich das Rennen startet, sondern schon um 11:30 Uhr.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the second day of competition for the opening round of the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season. Alex Goldschmidt, your live stream commentator, with you throughout the day's proceedings. And today we put into full motion, full forward propulsion, what will be finals day. We have 14 races over the next few hours. And what's more, we have plenty of action in store for you at home. Warm welcome to wherever you are watching from. Thank you very much for joining us. We will have plenty of action coming up, which will include the likes of the who now make their way out onto the circuit, and we are set, primed, and ready to go racing. Let's have a look at the starting grid here at Wackersdorf for the first of two Micro Max races. So, after intermediate classification, Gabriel Hoffmann will start on pole position. Alongside will be the number 12 of Niklas Casarino. Adrian Kreling starts P3 ahead of Noe Janssen, who completes the top four in the number 31 entry. Christos Malakos in the number 27 starts 5th, ahead of Tim Steger from Beulah Kart Racing Team in the number 55. And last but by certainly no means least, we have Stavros Tsotos Francia from the Kartschmied.de awning in the number 91. So the races have been increased in terms of length, and it will be 9 minutes plus an additional lap. So effectively, one victory went to Hoffmann, one victory went to Noah Janssen, but it was in Heat 1 where Hoffmann really started to gain his advantage, and a second in yesterday afternoon's second heat gave him the prime opportunity to move forward and get the chance to get to the top of the standings. But now they come into formation ahead of 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Looks like Tsotos Francia is a little bit further behind, but manages to catch up to the rest of the 6 in front. So, day 2 of the opening round of the 2021 season about to get underway here at Pro Kart Raceland in Wackersdorf, 1,222 meters in length, and we are guaranteed action. And yesterday was the aperitif. Now comes the main course. Into the tram lines for the first time. Are we ready? Are we steady? It's lights out. They are off and away, and Noah Janssen tried to thread the eye of the needle. That's the battle for second position before we've even hit turn 3. And he manages to keep in third place, but then goes for the move. He even tried to go for the lead on of all people, Gabriel Hoffmann, but he has to slot back in to third place. So Casarino was attempting a move, and Noah Janssen decided to mug the lot of them. Well, nearly got his opportunity to get up into second place, did the number 31. However, as they go through into turns 9 and 10 for the first time, it is more a case of seeing who is going to be out in front. And at the moment, it is Gabriel Hoffmann. But for how much longer? Now, that is the biggest crux of the matter, as the top 5, rounded out by Christos Malakos, is really now getting rather up close and personal. And you can just see here that Noah Janssen has got past, up into second position, past Krelling, and now is going for the lead. And on the start of lap 2, Noah Janssen goes ahead of Gabriel Hoffmann. Here comes Niklas Casarino up the inside of Krelling through turn 4, gets the job done nice and easily, and uses the momentum carry. But here comes Gabriel Hoffmann through the inside of turn 6. And then Noah Janssen was prepared and waiting for the move to happen. He saw it coming, but he hasn't been able to counter-attack through into turn 9 and then into 10. And the good thing is that these drivers are pushing like wildfire. And Casarino fancies a chance at second and also manages to get through ahead of Noah Janssen. But it's Gabriel Hoffmann, with just under 2 minutes of this race completed. The switchback maneuver now happening between Noah Janssen and Niklas Casarino, as Janssen retakes second position, going out of turn number 12. Through to complete another lap of racing, and it has been rather action-packed so far. And looking at the top 4, covered by less than 4.5 tenths of a second. Janssen leads from Hoffmann. Casarino looking up the inside of the number 95. Krelling is there or thereabouts. Keep your eyes on Christos Malakos, because Malakos is trying to close that gap. He's about 6.5 tenths behind the number 62 of Arjen Krelling. But Janssen trying to strike early on finals day. Looks to be a little bit cooler in terms of the temperature in Wackersdorf. Well, it's 22 degrees in comparison with what we had, highs of around 24. Looks to be that the highs will be even higher, and that comes towards the end of the day at around about 5-6 o'clock this evening. Around 26 degrees Celsius is the predicted highest temperature here in Bavaria this weekend. But that does not amount to what hot action we've got out on the track, as Gabriel Hoffmann closing in on Noah Janssen. Gap now 0.130 as they go on to lap number 4 through turn 3. And look at that in synchronicity, as Hoffmann gets past Janssen, and then Krelling gets past Casarino in exactly the same corner. But Casarino back up the inside of the number 62 through turn 6. Side by side go the pair, but into the next right-hander at 7. Arjen Krelling gets back past and retakes P3. Great driving from these youngsters. And now I've just seen that Tim Steger is closing in on Christos Malakos. We have 5 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, and Janssen goes for the lead once again through turn 12. But Gabriel Hoffmann absolutely puts the pedal to the metal. The rear tyres grip the tarmac, and it pushes him forward. And they were 30 thousandths apart across the line, but Janssen retakes the lead, coming into turns 2 and into 3. As Kreling goes defensive on Casarino going into turn 4. Casarino looking one way, then the other, unable to assert a potential opportunity of getting past, but nevertheless, he's done a great job so far. But Hoffmann will look to strike back at Janssen. And this is where the mind games, the strategy calls by these young drivers. There's no refueling, there's no tyre stops, it's just flat-out action all the way through. And this is where things get rather interesting, because now you can see the drivers are pushing like crazy. 4 minutes and 9 seconds plus an additional lap still to go in this race. And Gabriel Hoffmann losing a bit more time now to Noah Janssen, and the gap now is just under 2 tenths. Keep your eyes on Arjen Kreling, because Kreling has just put in the fastest lap of anybody. 58.965 for the number 62 in third position. Niklas Casarino puts in a 59.1. Noah Janssen was actually second quickest out of the quartet at the front of the field as they make their way through into turn 7. Now into 8, you can see a little bit further behind. Christos Malakos has started to get away from Tim Steger in the battle for P5. But the good thing is Noah Janssen still leads. 3 minutes 24 seconds plus an additional lap still remaining on the clock as the drivers wait and bide their time and don't put all their cards on the table rather quickly. As you can see, the top 4 that have just gone through into turns 13 and 14. They're going to come across the line very shortly indeed. And Gabriel Hoffmann 97 thousandths behind Noah Janssen, so using the slipstream out of the final corner does the 95. You can just see here that they are pushing like crazy once again, and Niklas Casarino puts in the fastest lap of the race, fractionally ahead by about 6 thousandths quicker than Gabriel Hoffmann. So Hoffmann also into the 58s. The top 4 all in the 58s. Arjen Kreling is the slowest out of the quartet, a 58.921, but Gabriel Hoffmann now knows that here is his opportunity to strike. Just under 2.5 minutes remaining, and he's getting closer. He's getting closer to Noah Janssen in the FM Racing Comp Kart number 31 entry. And these drivers are pushing. They are definitely wanting to be on the front, the best foot forward at the end of this race. But now, Hoffmann 76 thousandths behind Janssen, crossing the stripe to start lap number 8. And here goes the move from Gabriel Hoffmann, and he gets the job done through turn 4 on Noah Janssen, nice and cleanly. Janssen will wait, bide his time, and then strike, as Niklas Casarino has got past Arjen Kreling for P3. Just looking back at the footage, I have got the YouTube channel up and running, and just to see how Hoffmann did it, he basically went through into turn 3, had the good turn of momentum, and then just used the slipstream, and Casarino had even gotten Kreling before they'd even hit turn 4, and managed to get the job done, kept the inside line for 5 at the left-hander. So coming through into the last couple of laps or so of this race. So 1 minute and 5 as they cross the line. So that will give them this plus 2 additional laps. And there is the move again. Noah Janssen once again overtakes Gabriel Hoffmann before they hit turn 3. Retakes the lead on lap number 9. Niklas Casarino starting to make that kart, the number 12, as wide as possible. Arjen Kreling looks up the inside of turn 6, and Casarino shuts the door firmly. And all 7 drivers are still circulating, which is being rounded out by the 91 of Stavros Sotos Francia. And Noah Janssen goes defensive on Gabriel Hoffmann, who takes a wide line going through turn 11. Got a good turn of pace coming out of the corner. And now he's right on the back bumper. Timer is fast ticking away in this first of 2 races for Micromax. 9 minutes plus additional lap for each one. So, penultimate lap it is. Lap 10 out of 11. And here comes Gabriel Hoffmann. This is where he's going to use his opportunity to strike. Up the inside through turn 4. Goes Hoffmann on Janssen. Hoffmann retakes the lead. And keep your eyes on Niklas Casarino, because Casarino has just put in the fastest lap, 58.465, on the completion of lap number 9. So timer has expired, around about 20 seconds ago. And the next time around, they get the final lap board. So this will give Gabriel Hoffmann the sign that he needs. It'll also give the hurry up to Noah Janssen. And what's more, Niklas Casarino senses an opportunity and goes a bit tighter into turn 12 in comparison with the 2 in front. Now through the final couple of corners we go. Onto the final lap. Gabriel Hoffmann leads the race, but by nothing. 88 thousandths ahead of Noah Janssen, who goes for the lead. Retakes it on the final lap. And can Hoffmann close on in? Well, he's got to start defending against Niklas Casarino. And Casarino was 4.5 tenths behind Hoffmann, who was leading at the beginning of the final lap. And here goes Hoffmann up the inside through turn 6 on the final lap. Noah Janssen tries to counter-attack, and he goes for the switchback through turn 7. They're going to go side by side through 8. Oh, and Janssen threads the eye of the needle, and there goes Casarino. Some great driving from these youngsters as now Casarino goes defensive on Hoffmann, going through turn 11 for the final time. One of the things that you don't want to be doing at the start of the final lap of the race is to be leading, and Gabriel Hoffmann is going to try and do his level best to close in and pass Niklas Casarino, but winning the first race of the day for Micromax, it's going to be FM Racing's Noah Janssen. Niklas Casarino celebrates taking second, and the jubilation quite clear to see for the number 31. A win yesterday, and he knew that was definitely a beauty, that race victory. Waited, bided his time, struck when he needed to, and he got the job done. So let's have a look at the results for the first race for Micromax here today. A jubilant Noah Janssen takes the checkered flag and wins race 1 after 11 laps, with a victory lead of 0.757 ahead of Niklas Casarino in the number 12. The number 95 of Gabriel Hoffmann rounds out the top 3 and was just under 0.13 behind Niklas Casarino at the checkered flag. Arjen Kreling was 4th. Could have been in the top 3 at the end of the race, but unfortunately not this time around. Maybe the number 62 will have better luck in the next race. Christos Malakos rounds out the top 5. Tim Steger in 6th. And bringing up the rear, but still finishing the race, Stavros Sotos Francia. So that was one hell of a final lap from our Micromax drivers. They might be the youngest on the field, in the paddock that we've got here. But by my goodness me, have they got skills. You know what? The older generation could learn a little bit from these drivers. But in just a couple of minutes' time, we're going to go down to the Minimax grid, which is ready and waiting to go. And we'll have a quick look over the intermediate classification yesterday. So a second place and a victory for the 180 puts Alexander Klugel on pole position for this first race. There he is on the left-hand side of your screens. And it's been nip and tuck between him and Simon Mayer on Alexander Klugel's immediate left-hand side, on the right-hand side of your screen there, the 145. Took a victory in Heat 1 and a second in Heat 2. And effectively, based on aggregate, on countback, Alexander Klugel takes pole. Mika Trapp from Nice Racing in the 118 will have David Girouche in the 121. And they took 7 and 9 points respectively. It was a third and a fourth for Mika Trapp yesterday, a fourth and a fifth for David Chirush. Kenyon Washington and Naim Bretag, their fifth and sixth respectively. Now, Kenyon Washington had a difficult first race, an incident between himself and I think it might have been either Mika Trapp or David Chirush. I can't remember which one it was. But Kenyon Washington ended up finishing ninth, even though he didn't finish the complete race distance, but he came back firing on all 125 cc's of that Rotax Max Evo engine and took P3 in Heat 2, so that has helped him out. And Naim Bretag, a solid set of 6th place finishes for the 191. Devin Leon Ukar in the 153, 13 points after intermediate classification, a 5th and an 8th yesterday. Matthias Schulter, it's been trials and tribulations for the 150, who has got family over in the United Kingdom and in South Africa, and we know they're watching, so good morning or good afternoon, wherever you are. Well, depending on the time zones in South Africa, I don't really know these things, but hey-ho. And Ramona Hummel, new to the championship in the CRG, finished 8th in the first heat, 9th in the second. But still, it's good to see that a driver learns by finishing every single race. And Ramona Hummel is personified about that at this particular juncture. So we're not that far away from their first race of the day, and the sunshine very much apparent here in Bavaria. So air temperature currently around about 22 degrees Celsius. Highs of around 26 degrees later on today. So only the Micro and the Minimax drivers will be racing for 9 minutes plus an additional lap. With juniors, it's 11 minutes plus 1 lap, and then senior, DD2, DD2 Masters, and the GKC 100, they all will be running for 14 minutes plus an additional lap. So over 3 hours of racing action here today at this fantastic facility. And we are just waiting for the green flag to wave at the end of the dummy grid to allow the drivers to be released. So they'll have one formation lap. We'll have a sighting and a formation lap. So we're 30 seconds away from the green flag waving, and then we get things going for Mini-Max here today in Wackersdorf. Green flag waves at the end of the pre-grid as the Minimax drivers get released. Let's have a look at what is now effectively race 14 of the meeting. It's effectively, as they say in German, Wertungslauf 1. So race 1, let's have a look at the grid. Alexander Klugel starts on pole position in the 180, and alongside we'll have Simon Mayer in the 145 alongside Mika Trapp in the 118 and David Chirush in the 121. That is row number 2. Kenyon Washington in the 114 entry. We'll have Naim Bretag alongside in the 191, rounding out the 9 strong. It is Devin Leon Ukar in the 153, Matthias Schulter in the 150, and the 104 of Ramona Hummel bringing up the rear of the grid. as they have now completed their sighting lap. They go on to their official formation lap ahead of 9 minutes plus 1 lap of racing here at Wackersdorf. So the first set of races will take us all the way through to around about 1:45 local time here in Germany. And then we'll have a 45-minute lunch break before we get back underway, as now they start getting into formation here at Wackersdorf. So Minimax about to get underway here under this fantastic Sunday morning sunshine, as Ramona Hummel catches up to the back of the grid. So 9 drivers, 4.5 rows, 9 minutes plus an additional lap as we wait with bated breath. Who's going to take first blood in Minimax here today? Will it be Alexander Klugel? Will it be Simon Mayer? We are seconds away from finding out, as now they go into the final couple of corners. They slow to a crawl and just prime themselves. Now the mind games in Minimax well and truly begin here at the circuit. As they come out of the final corner, into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. They're off and racing. And a good start by Alexander Klugel. Little bit of a bump over the curbs for Simon Mayer, and he's being swarmed all over behind. The likes of David Girush has just gotten up to P3. Off that great start, Mika Trapp, Kenyon Washington, now having to fight for 5th place. And right behind him, he's got Naim Bretag in the 191, and then also Matthias Schulze has got past Steven Leon Ukar in the 153 on the start phase. So the first 30 seconds of the race, very much highly charged, but it was just the loss of momentum that nearly gave everyone an opportunity to get past Simon Mayer, as there goes Mika Trapp past David Girush, and there is Kenyon Washington waiting to pick up the pieces, and up the inside goes the 114, and he gets the job done. But here comes the counter-attack from Girush, going over the bump into the final couple of corners, and they're losing a bit of time. There's Naim Bretag looking to the right-hand side of Washington. Across the stripe they go. So Klugel now has a lead of just over 0.3 of a second, as Mika Trapp, David Girush, Kenyon Washington, Naim Bretag, and now here comes Matthias Schulze. And that is from 4th to what is effectively 7th position on the road. And you can just see how hard they are pushing. Make that 3rd to 7th on the road, and now they're starting to break away a little bit from Matthias Schulze, but Schulze is keeping with them. Washington looking up the inside of Girush, but Girush puts the block, puts the door stops on, and that allows Naim Bretag to sweep one way, then the other behind Washington. So Washington coming under salvo fire, and Naim Bretag looking up the inside, going into the final couple of corners. The 191 looks to have got the job done, and here comes Matthias Schulze. So Kenyon Washington drops from 5th to 7th at the drop of a hat, and now he's got to start fighting his way through. A difficult first race of the day for the 114, originally based out of the United States, but now based over here in Germany. But he's looking... He took 2 wins last season, and now he's trying to get past Matthias Schulze. That's brave, and he gets the switchback done. Neatly done by Kenyon Washington on Matthias Schulze. They're good friends off the track. They are teammates as well. However, on the track, it's all for themselves. But here is the battle for the lead. Simon Mayer closing in on Alexander Klugel. Klugel, who was ruled out for the season last year, has come back and has started fighting as he should do at the front of the field. That's a complete lap number 3. And now the gap between Alexander Klugel and Simon Mayer now is just under 0.3. And Simon Mayer has just put in the fastest lap of the race, so 54.549. So this is where things get close. This is where things don't really kind of get personal, but that's when us commentators like to use that phrase. But it's going to get close, it's going to get heated, and it's going to get hot under the collar, because you can see how much Simon Mayer is wrestling with that Tony Kart at the minute, and he's closing, looking up the inside for the lead, and he gets the job done. Oh, that was neat and tidy, but through 11, but Alexander Klugel back up the inside, and then the old switcheroo happens. Simon Mayer gets past. Oh, he clashes with Klugel. Oh, the 2 leaders are out. 2 leaders are out, and all of a sudden that has given Mika Trapp the opportunity he needs, and that has decimated 2 karts out of the 9 in this field. So they came to blows. So effectively what happened, Simon Mayer managed to nip through on Alexander Klugel. Klugel retook the lead on turn 12, and then all of a sudden it was a drag race, and they went to turn and they clashed. And all of a sudden, now that is Alexander Klugel and Simon Mayer's race done, I'm afraid. So, well, Simon Mayer, I think, has actually rejoined in 4th position. I think he might have gotten away with that one, but that could be looked at post-race. So Alexander Klugel, who was leading before that contact, and that's one of the most weirdest places I've ever seen that happen at Wackersdorf, where the 2 leaders have clashed, going over into the final couple of corners. 4.5 minutes to go, so halfway down, halfway to go. Mika Trapp now leads ahead of David Girush. Naim Bretag is in 3rd place. Kenyon Washington, Matthias Schulte, Devin Leon Okar rounds out the top 6, and Simon Mayer is dropping. I think that car is not going to be racing for much longer. Well, he has kept it on the road. He is currently P7 ahead of Ramon Hummel in the number 104, but Alexander Klugel very much will be disappointed, to say the very least, in politically correct terms here. And a good pick up by our camera crew there, live at the circuit. A real shame for Klugel. So he is out of the race. Ramon Hummel still rounds out the 8 strong that are racing, as we have just over 3.5 minutes. So now we have a couple of new names at the front of the field. Mika Trapp versus David Girush. Girush was frustrated yesterday, as now Girush looking around the outside, going through turn 2 into 3, and he's trying to do the old switchback, and he nearly clashes wheels with Mika Trapp going into turn number 4. That was nearly left front from Girush on right rear of Trapp, but Mika Trapp keeps it ahead at this particular juncture. So very close racing, and there is Simon Mayer down in 7th position. He's still racing, but I think he's racing with a very, very wounded kart. That will be not up to speed, and I've just had a look at his previous lap time of 54.3. Well, he's not that far off the pace, but I wonder if he's feeling the after effects of that, because that was a bit of a hit there. But now, here are the leaders once again. Trapp versus Girush. Girush in the slipstream. Naim Bretag rounds out the top 3. So Girush looking at the opportunity to go for the lead as he pulls out of the slipstream into turn 3. Oh, and he hits the curb, and that unsettles him. And the good thing was for Mika Trapp that Mika Trapp kept the momentum going. And oh my goodness me, that was close. It was the case that maybe David Girush would have had the opportunity to get past Mika Trapp, but Mika Trapp knew where to place that kart. But I don't think anyone could have anticipated how hard David Girush went into it. And one of the things about turn 3 is that you hit that curb too hard, or you go in a bit too aggressively on that curb, you can actually unsettle the kart's balance. And that's exactly what happened, and it handed the opportunity on a silver platter to Mika Trapp for that particular position, which, of course, was the lead. But now, keep your eyes on Naim Bretag and Kenyon Washington, 3rd and 4th at the moment. Alexander Klugel, unfortunately, with that contact with Simon Mayer, out of the race as Girush looks one way, then the other, behind Mika Trapp, looking to get that lead off of the 118 and through into turn 5. He looks up the inside to Girush, going through into turn 6, but Mika Trapp knows where to place that kart. He is the leader, so he can put the kart on the racing line. He can defend within the limits of the regulations, but not to the point where he's consistently blocking the progress of David Girush. But whilst this is happening, Naim Bretag has just gone faster than the pair in front. He's gone nearly 3/10 quicker than Mika Trapp, And he's gone nearly 6/10 quicker than David Girush on that previous occasion. And the reason being is that because of the fact that Girush is trying to get past Mika Trapp, he's costing himself time. And there's Ramona Hummel just up ahead, so they're going to have to get past the 104 CRG as they head into turn 4. Ramona Hummel turns in. Blue flags will be waved at the 104, and there is Naim Bretag getting quickly past the 104, and there is Kenyon Washington, who's also got past 2. So things are closing up in the dying stages. Top 3 covered by just over 9/10 of a second, as we have 15 on the clock remaining here in this race. So Mika Trapp leading a little bit more ahead of David Girush, who looks to have decided, well, I'm not going to get the victory. I'm probably going to be able to go just for second place. Well, that's if Naim Bretag has anything to say about it. Timer has expired. And so the final lap board shown to Mika Trapp as David Girush in second, Naim Bretag and Kenyon Washington. And it looks like, oh, Ramona Hummel has pulled into the pits. And, well, it had pulled into the pits, but then I think, I'm not too sure what happened with the timer, but the race for the lead is well and truly on. Girush now closing. And Naim Bretag is there as well, through turn 7 for the final time. Now into 8. Into the right-hander here at 9 before the second half of the chicane. The left-hander at turn 10 into turn 11. So now it's a case of who is going to carry the momentum through to the final couple of corners and take the victory. David Girush closing on Mika Trapp as they go over the bump for the final time, and David Girush looks one way, then the other. Is he going to try and sweep to the inside of Mika Trapp? Can he force the unforced error? No, he can't, but he's going to try and run to the line. But Mika Trapp wins the race by 24 thousandths of a second. And look at the joint celebration there from David Girush and also Naim Bretag. And that is sportsmanship right there between Mika Trapp and David Girush. So let's have a look at the results, shall we, for what has been a very, very interesting Minimax first race here at Wackersdorf. So by 24 thousandths of a second, the winning margin here in the first of 2 Minimax races here at the opening round of RMC Germany. Mika Trapp in the 118 takes the victory ahead of David Girush in the 121. Naim Bretag in P3, the top 3 covered by just over 0.17 of a second. Kenyon Washington could have been closer, but he ended up P4 at the end of it all ahead of Matthias Schulte. Devin Leon Ukar finished in 6th ahead of Simon Mayer, who was battling away with Alexander Klugel before the collision going in towards the final couple of corners on lap 4. Eliminated Klugel and dropped Simon Mayer down to 7th at the end, with Ramona Hummel rounding out the 8 that finished the race. So, an interesting and exciting first Minimax race of the day here at Wackersdorf. We now turn our attention to junior road tax. So, 26 drivers in all covered by around about 50 points on the intermediate classification that was officially ratified as of yesterday evening. And there is a little bit of a clean-up operation. Very disappointed looking Alexander Klugel there, unfortunately. But as always, we have to thank the marshalling crew and also the team at Procart Raceland for their assistance. As always expedient whenever I've been at the track. And Alexander Klugel will now, they've now basically just said, okay, right, you need to put your helmet on, young man. And he does oblige accordingly. So as the clean-up operation gets underway, got about 5 minutes until the Junior Road Tax first race of the day. So effectively what we in the United Kingdom would call a pre-final, and then we have a final. So the intermediate classification decides the grid for this first race, and then the results of this one decides the grid for the second one a bit later on this afternoon. So after intermediate classification, it has been a clean sweep so far for Farin Mega in the 276, who you can see standing up by his cart on the left-hand side of your screen. And alongside him, Nikita Genza in the 226, split by 4 points. The reason being is that Farin Mega put it on pole in qualifying and took 2 race victories. Nikita Genza, a solid succession of second places for the 226 from Bühler Kart Racing Team. And then we have the only Dane in this field, as in Junior Rotax. We do have another Dane in the form of Matthias Lund running in DD2. So we do have some other nationalities competing in Rotax Max Challenge Germany, as we did have last year. Janis Diak rounds out the top 4 after 9 points, a 5th and a 4th yesterday. Rafael Renhofer, despite having had a wrist injury after his massive flip over at... or rollover, I should say, actually, was the more right term. He's got a new set of overalls, thank goodness. His wrist still isn't at 100%, but he has been fighting at the sharp end. He starts P5 and took a 3rd and an 8th yesterday. Nevio Fischer from RS Competition rounds out the top 6. A 6th and a 5th for the 236 yesterday. Good to see Rafael Balzer fighting at the sharper end of the field. He was very quick last year. He's gotten even quicker this season, and it's shown in spades. A 7th and a 6th in the respective 2 heats yesterday. Austin Lee, last year's Mini-Max champion, makes the move to juniors in 2021 full-time, and already he has impressed this weekend. An 8th and a 7th yesterday. Puts him P8 with 15 points after intermediate classification. Lewis Jacobs makes it another Kartschmied driver in the top 10. The 228, a 9th and an 11th place finish. Then we had Voik Motorsport's Louis Reichel in the 277 that completes the top 10 as they're pushing. Oh, hang on. That's Jonas Ungnade, who I was going to get to in just a second. He is due to start 13th behind Moritz Volber, who was 11th after a 12th and a 15th place finish yesterday. Lewis Detling from Kraft Motorsport in the 201 starts 12th on on 27 points, but took a 14th and a 13th yesterday. Jonas Ungnade, a 10th and an 18th yesterday for the 258, so he will start, they will release him from the pre-grid, it looks like, after everyone's done the start. Maximilian Schreier, 14th. Poland's Rafael Gwiczak in 15th, ahead of Oli Glan, who's made the jump straight from micro to juniors this season, which was a bit more, was expected. Well, it was a bit more than I expected. Probably a bit more than probably what Oli Glan was expecting. But maybe they felt it was the right decision. Tom Müller, new in juniors this year, ahead of Gregor Feigenspan in the 211. Montego Masson, another Mini-Max graduate, moving up into the category. 26th after a disaster in the first race. Well, he actually finished stone dead last. He didn't actually finish the first heat, but he managed to get back up into 10th position, despite having started on the second row. Leon Vacula, Johnny Mertz, Fabrice Weber, who I hope is with us, but obviously he was medically checked post Heat 2, which had a full restart after a red flag was brought out after a multi-cart incident in turn 4. Brought out the red flag with 6 minutes and 17 seconds to go. So he should provisionally be starting 22nd. Richard Thomas from Kartschmied down in 23rd ahead of Leandro Fischer, Adrian Rohr, and Tom Reger. That is the 26-strong field as we're about to get things underway. So, Junior Rotax about to go into battle. 11 minutes plus an additional lap. So let's have a look at the starting grid. So, Farin Mega, a clean sweep this weekend. Pole position in qualifying and winning both heats yesterday puts him on pole position alongside his nearest closest competitor, Nikita Genza. Mikkel Pedersen and Janis Diak on row 2. Rafael Renhofer and Nevio Fischer, row number 3. Rafael Balzer and Austin Lee, row 4. Luis Jacobs and Luis Reichel, that is the top 10 drivers. Moritz Volber, Louis Detling, Jonas Ungnade, Maximilian Schreier, Rafael Gwiczak, Ole Glan, Tom Müller, Gregor Feigenspan, Montego Masson, Leon Vakula, Jonny Mertz, possibly Fabrice Weber. We'll see when they roll up on the formation. Richard Thomas, Leandro Fischer, Adrien Rohr and Tom Reger. That is the 26 strong as they now come through. So Jonas Ungnade will be starting, and looks like Fabrice Weber will be a non-starter. So we will have 25 drivers, and obviously we say gute Besserung Fabrice Weber, obviously after that incident yesterday. And main thing is he is walking away has walked away from that, but now we get into rolling start formation. It's down to Farin Mega and Nikita Genza to control the pace here on the rolling start. So 11 minutes plus an additional lap here in Junior Rotax. So 24 out of the 26 drivers will start the race in the rolling start, but then Jonas Ungnade will be released as soon as the lights go out and we go racing. So it's Mega, Genza, Pedersen, Stiak, Renhofer, Fischer, Balzer, Lee, Jacobs and Heichel. That's your top 10. Out of the final corner, up to full speed we go. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. They're off and racing as they hurtle their way through turns 2 and 3. And at the moment, Farin Mega does have the lead. Nikita Genza has been beaten to second as there's been a little bit of an incident. Oh, my goodness me. Nevio Fischer caught up in that one. I think also Rafael Renhofer as well in the 2-3-2. As there's one car trying to go around the outside of turn number 6, but not happening there. And Mikkel Pedersen is leading the way as there is a battle for what is 5th on, well, that's 4th. Hang on a second, Janis Stiak and Austin Lee battling over 4th place, and looks like Rafael Balzer in the 217 is right with them. So my goodness me, after all that calamity that caught out the likes of Rafael Renhofer and Nevio Fischer, that allowed drivers like Austin Lee, Rafael Balzer to get themselves up into the top 6. And this is where things get interesting. 9 minutes and 53 seconds plus an additional lap. So Jonas Ungnade will start as my good friend Henry Burdett would say, do a top gear from the rear. Let's see how many places Jonas Ungnade can make up over the duration of this race. But at the moment, Farin Mega is leading by just over half a second from Mikkel Pedersen. Nikita Genza rounds out the top 3 as Rafael Balzer banzais up the inside of Austin Lee to take 5th position, going through turn number 11, and just behind is Lewis Detling in the 201. So we'll find out how much further ahead Farin Mega is, and as he crosses the line, 0.557, Janis Stiak puts in the fastest lap of anybody. And Stiak is about 0.67 away from Nikita Genza, who's trying to give, well, put the frightness on Mikkel Pedersen going through turns 4, 5, into 6. And then you've got the likes of Austin Lee stuck in the middle between Rafael Balzer and Lewis Detling. And Austin Lee qualified 10th yesterday, managed to get an 8th and a 7th. Now finds himself fighting in the top 6 like he was in the second heat yesterday. So changes, Rafael Renhofer has got past Ole Glan to recover to what is now 14th. Nevio Fischer has got ahead of Lewis Heichel as Lewis Jacobs now ends up 8th. Farin Mega starts lap number 4 as Mikkel Pedersen and Nikita Genza, with the latter just having set the fastest lap of the race. They are closing in on the leader. Top 3 covered by just under 7/10 of a second. After 3 laps of racing, we're on lap number 4. As Janis Stiak is also trying to close in on Nikita Genza and finds himself around about 7/10 of a second behind. So 7 minutes and 45 seconds plus an additional lap to go. Oleg Glan past Gregor Feigenspann for 14th. Renhofer past Moritz Wolber up into 12th, goes the 2-3-2. Nevio Fischer now hits 9th ahead of Maximilian Schreier, having made up a position. Mega completes another lap, onto lap number 5. Just under 7.5 minutes to go, and he's extended the gap, and he's also put in the fastest lap. Here goes Nikita Genzer up the inside of Mikkel Pedersen through turn 4 to get the move done for second place. And that allows Janis Diak to close in hand over fist. So Janis Diak gets a little bit of a window of opportunity, but that was a great send and a half from Nikita Genzer. He was within lunge range of Mikkel Pedersen, and by golly did he get that job done. He came through, got a real good run through turn 3, and then just literally neatly parked it on the apex, and Pedersen didn't really have an answer for it. So Tom Herger gets past Leon Vakula. Jonas Ungedander, I've just noticed, has gotten up into 21st position ahead of Jonny Mertz and is closing in on Leandro Fischer. Is about 1.65 seconds behind Fischer in the 2:33. Nevio Fischer in the meantime has got past Lewis Jacobs for 8th position. There is still a little bit of a stalemate happening here after Nikita Genzer banzaied his way up the inside through past Mikkel Pedersen. Janis Diak waiting for the chance to get through, and at the minute hasn't got that done so far. There's an east-northeasterly wind of around about 6 kph at Wackersdorf, and 65% humidity at the moment. So we're coming up towards the halfway point of this race, and here's the battle between Balzer, Lee and Detling. That's for 5th place. But here's the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, as now Janis Diak closing in on Mikkel Pedersen in the braking zone for turn 4. There's Pedersen looking to get past Nikita Genzer to retake 2nd place. It's not going to be easy as we hit the halfway point of the race itself, just under 5.5 minutes, plus an additional lap still to go here in this first of 2 races. So the pre-final at the moment, and then the final a little bit later on for these drivers. And a nice little battle here. Austin Lee looks to be closing in on Rafael Balzer, and on the previous lap he was 1/1000th slower than the 2:17, running on the Sodi Kart with Butekart Racing Team. So Balzer looking for a P5. Genzer trying to keep ahead of Mikkel Pedersen, but Pedersen closing in the braking zone for turn 4. He won't get the chance there because he was not close enough, and I don't think he had enough momentum carry through turn 3 to get into 4 on that particular occasion. But the timer is fast running away. The sands of time waits for nobody, let alone these drivers out here on the track. And at the moment, the fastest lap of the race is no longer held by the likes of either Farin Mega or Nikita Genzer. It's the driver down in 10th position at the moment. Raphael Renhofer has just put in a 51.197, and if only that incident a little bit earlier on hadn't happened between him and the likes of Nevio Fischer, then we could have seen a very, very different dynamic at the front end of the field. As now Austin Lee gets himself up into 5th place past Rafael Balzer and puts in a personal best of a 51.597, but Janis Diak is waiting. He's got the ringside seat, and that could be very much the case in point for Lewis Detling in 7th position, who's waiting to see what happens between Rafael Balzer and Austin Lee. There's now 2nd, 3rd and 4th. You can hardly separate them. Genzer leading Pedersen, leading Stiak. So there's about a kart length and a half, maybe 2 kart lengths at most between each respective kart. They come out of the final corner. Farin Mega crosses the line to complete lap number 9, and his lead is nearly 1.5 seconds because Mikkel Pedersen senses that now time is of the essence, as does Janis Diak, because they're both hell-bent on getting past Nikita Genzer. But Genzer is very, very experienced. Knows the Sodi Kart chassis very, very well indeed. Has used it for quite a few years now. and will have a tactic plan in place to see how he can keep ahead of Mikkel Pedersen and Janis Diak. Jonas Ungnada has now made it into 20th position, has put in a personal best, and last time around was just over 2/10 quicker than Leandro Fischer. Rafael Gridschak just behind Gregor Feigenspan with the 2:11 rounding out the top 16. So at the moment, it's Mega leading by nearly 1.4 seconds ahead of Nikita Genza, Mikkel Pedersen, Janis Diak. Now Rafael Balz has retaken 5th from Austin Lee. Nevio Fischer now up into 7th. Rafael Renhofer up into 8th as Lewis Detling, I've just noticed, has dropped down into 11th position. Lewis Jacobs and Lewis Reichel round out the top 10. Maximilian Schreier, Montego Masson, Ole Glan and Gregor Feigenspan round out the top 15. Moritz Wolber, 16th, ahead of Rafael Gridschak, Richard Thomas, Leandro Fischer, Jonas Ungnada, Adrian Hoare, Jonny Mertz, Tom Reger, Leon Vakula. Looks like Tom Muller's dropped all the way down to 25th and stone dead last, I'm afraid, in the dying stages of the race. I think maybe, as Tom Muller ended up retiring. But we go into the last 90 seconds of this race. Farin Mega still comfortably leading. He's on course to continue his 100% success rate here today at Wackersdorf for the opening round of the season. And a big thank you to Kai Klus, Valentin Klus's father. Valentin, last year's now outgoing champion. Moving on to pastures new. Looking at single-seaters as an opportunity, as there goes Janis Diak up the inside of Mikkel Pedersen. Oh, but Pedersen absolutely threw caution to the wind through turn number 11. And I think he definitely caught Janis Diak not napping, but by surprise there and then, because that was one hell of a counter-attack. I haven't seen anything like that through that hairpin, because literally Diak just went, yep, here we go. And then Mikkel Pedersen said, hold my Coke Zero there, mate. That just shows how quickly you can change the momentum and put it back into your favour, as Mikkel Pedersen just quite clearly showed right there and then. Tom Muller, unfortunately, on lap number 10, has retired from the race as we go into the final few seconds. 10 on the clock remaining. So next time around, we will get the final lap board. So we'll go on to the 14th and final lap. That's it. Time has expired. 11 minutes have elapsed. And Farin Mega gets the sign he needs. Final lap board across the line. Leading now by 1.2 seconds ahead of Genza, Pedersen and Stiak. Battle for 5th, 6th and 7th. That has changed a little bit because now Rafael Renhofer and Nevio Fischer have both gotten past Austin Lee. Austin Lee was running as high as 5th in this race. He drops to 8th position, but he's got a little bit of breathing space for the moment as we are on the final tour of this race. Ole Glan past Montego Masson for 13th position. No other changes. Gregor Feigenspan rounds out the top 15. But it has been one race that has been dominated by one individual who's not had to look back at the who's kept the blinkers on, and it's going to be a victory for the 276 of Farin Mega. Nikita Genza second, ahead of Mikkel Pedersen and Janis Diak, who ran out the top 4. And you can see a little bit of frustration showing there from Nevio Fischer, who crossed the line in 7th. It's the, oh, damn it, sort of mentality. Well, considering the facts of what we had earlier on in the race, the contact between him and Rafael Renhofer both put them on a southward trajectory. However, let's have a look at the finishing results. Farin Mega wins the race, the pre-final here at Wackersdorf for the opening round of the season 4 Junior Rotax, by 1.1 seconds ahead of Nikita Genza. Mikkel Pedersen, P3. Janis Diak, P4. Could have been 4th. Could have been 4th for Pedersen had Janis Diak kept that move at bay that Pedersen literally banzaied up the inside of him. Renhofer in 5th. Rafael Balzer, Nevio Fischer, Austin Lee, Lewis Reichel, Lewis Jacobs and Lewis Detling round out the top 11 positions ahead of Maximilian Schreier, Montego Masson, Moritz Wolber, Gregor Feigenspan, Oleg Lan, Rafael Kwiczak, Joris Ungnade, Leandro Fischer, Adrian Hoare, Richard Thomas, Jonny Mertz, Tom Reger, Leon Vakula, and unfortunately a DNF for Tom Müller on lap number 10 with Fabrice Weber, who we say get well soon, a non-starter here today. So from Junior Rotax, we head to Senior Rotax for their first race of the day. And after intermediate classification, the grid has been declared for the first race. And it has been a game of two halves, if you want to use a football analogy, considering that Euro 2020 is currently going on. And if anyone asks me, who's going to win, England v Germany? I said, I'll cheer whoever's winning because I'm a dual national. It's nice to have that bit of that sit on the fence mentality. I'm more of a motorsport person than I am a football person, if I'm completely honest with you. Something I don't really reveal that often. But it has been, as I said, it's been a game of two halves. Linus Henson put it on pole yesterday, but the driver that has actually ended up at the top of the rankings, 2 victories yesterday for Vincent France and the number 330. Henson is the defending champion and had 10 race victories to his credit last year in the previous format. Bennett Ahrens showing good pace. Luca Thiel, Luca Köster, Lucas Hartmann, Maurice Schmeis. There's quite a few drivers in this. Mark Lupfer's been showing good pace in the comp kart with FM Racing. 8th in the classification. So it has been a bit of swings and roundabouts for some of these drivers, but that is part and parcel of karting. You know, you're going to have your good days, you're going to have your off days, and we know that some people tend to have more off days than good days, but it just depends on so many different factors. Is the kart set up correctly? Am I motivated? Have I had a bad night's sleep? There are so many different factors that can really influence what is happening. So let's have a look at the starting order for the pre-final for Senior Rotax. Starting on pole position, a clean sweep of the race victories yesterday. Vincent France in the 330 will lead the field from pole position alongside defending and reigning champion Linus Hansen in the 333. Bennett Ahrens in the 327 will have last year's runner-up, Luca Thiel in the 399 alongside. Then it's Luca Köster and Lucas Hartmann, 363, 366 and 309, row 3. The 310 of Maurice Schmeis and the 308 of Mark Lupfer, that's row 4. Lucas Thompson in the 312 and Finstiak in the 339 complete the top 10. Then it's the 335 of Adrian Dobric, the 383 of Denny Bent, Moritz Wirtz, Max Busch, Bastian Barlage, Giuseppe Fico, Philip Kesik. Then we've got Mats Johan Overhoff, Luise Keller, Kian Agassade, Vivian Michel Haidt, Leander Luc Schneider, Lasse Heinhardt, Finley Hamfrecht, Andre Petropoulos, and Darius Nitu, rounding out the 28, well, the 27 strong that are due to race in this. So 14 minutes plus an additional lap for the first of their races, the pre-final here today at Wackersdorf. So who's going to take the advantage going into the afternoon's festivities? Will it be the likes of Vincent France, Linus Hansen, Bennett Ahrens, Luca Thiel, Luca Köster, Lucas Hartmann, Maurice Schmeis? The list could go on and on, but we haven't got enough time to talk about that right now because they are ready, set, primed, and getting into the 2x2 rolling start formation. So it's down to Vincent France and Linus Hansen to control the pace. Out of the final corner they come. Into the tram lines we go. Are we ready? Are we steady? Revs rise. The lights are out. They're off and racing. And it looks like it's a better start for the likes of Linus Hansen, who gets up into the lead of the race going through turn 3 for the first time. As Luca Thiel has made his way up into roundabout third positions. They're all scrabbling over the scraps on the table behind. There's a train of at least 10 carts, and it's just Constantina through turn 6. Several carts compromised, and they're all squabbling. And oh, there's been an incident. And I did see, I think it was Giuseppe Fico, and that is the 303 that has just been caught out big time. Darius Nitu, that had made a hell of a start. They all started Constantina going through into turn 4. And then as they went into 5, it was 2x2, hurrah, into the corner. And then into 6, it all went wrong. And several drivers made up places on the inside. But going through, and it was just, there was a massive, I think it looked like Nitu got a touch from behind. Then all of a sudden, the back axle of Giuseppe Fico went skyward. It's now the battle for second and third really heating up. Linus Hansen has got a gap after the first lap, and it's a good one. It's half a second. In second place, well, it's the two JJ Racing teammates. It's Vincent France versus Luca Thiel. And fourth looks like that could be Lucas Hartmann, Luca Köster, rounding out the top 5 positions. Bennett Ahrens for RS competition, rounding out the top 6. Lucas Thompson up into 7th. Mark Lupfer, Finstiak, Maurice Schmeis, they round out the top 10. So a very, very difficult first lap for quite a few drivers because you're trying to avoid, you're trying to keep out of trouble on the first lap. You want to get across the stripe and then start pushing. And here is a little bit further down the order. There is the 310, Maurice Schmeis. And he's just behind Mark Lupfer from FM Racing. Then there's Maddox Wirtz and Max Busch. Maddox Wirtz was looking up the inside of Maurice Schmeis. That was going through turn 6. Keep your eyes behind Max Busch because Denny Bent is there waiting in the wings and looking to fire one up the inside at a moment's notice. So just over 11.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap, and it's getting rather close. It's getting rather heated here out on the circuit. Forget the ambient air temperature, which is now currently at 23 degrees Celsius. It's red hot on the track. You can see there, that is possibly, I think that is Lucas Thompson in the 312. I've just seen going through shot just a second ago. He's currently running in 7th position ahead of Finstiak. And here is still the battle between the likes of Mark Lupfer, Maurice Schmeis, Max Busch, who's now got past Maddox Wirtz. Denny Bent is running at the top 13. Then it's Adrian Dobric. Giuseppe Fico has managed to recover from that, let's just say, bump on the backside he got there which took him skyward, and he was bouncing up and down on that rear axle. So it looks like we do have Darius Nitu, unfortunately, out. Now, I have seen, for some strange reason, that Jan Heinen is showing up on the timing screen, as there is a change for position. And that was Bennett Ahrens on Luca Costa going through into turn number 3 on the start of lap number 5 of this race. But Linus Hansen now extends his gap to just over, or just under 0.8 of a second at this particular moment. We're on to lap number 5 of the race. Your guess is as good as mine. Can anyone get close to Linus Henson? Well, Lucas Hartmann is starting to push, and he's closing on Luca Thiel for 3rd place. And there are the trio. And there goes Hartmann up the inside of Luca Thiel through turn 4. And Hartmann had just set the fastest lap of the race of 50.566 on that particular occasion. So there we go. Another change up at the sharp end of the order. And the good thing is that we have a lot of drivers pushing like crazy, a lot doing personal bests. Morris Schmeis, Mark Lupfer, Finn Stiak, Lucas Thompson, Bennett Ahrens, Lucas Hartmann, all putting in personal bests. As we've done 5 minutes of this 14-minute plus an additional lap race, and Henson continues to lead. And his lead now has just extended by nearly a 10th. And Linus Henson puts in the fastest lap of the race with a 50.547. So quicker than anybody else around this track. But it was 19 thousandths quicker than the driver that is currently in 3rd place, Lucas Hartmann. So other drivers that have made positional gains. Finley Hamfrecht has been deposed from 23rd position, courtesy of Lasse Reinhardt. Mats Johan Overhoff has got past Andrei Petropoulos for 21st position. Maddox Wirtz now gets past Morris Schmeis in the battle for what was 10th position. Now Maddox Wirtz is is fractionally ahead, not by much on the previous tour. Just over 8 minutes to go. Linus Henson starting to push, and he's putting in quali-style laps of 50.450. Remember that Linus Henson yesterday in timed qualifying was the only driver in senior Rotax that went under 50 seconds yesterday. The only driver to do that in timed qualifying. So 7.5 minutes approaching on the timer, still to go. We're 30 seconds away from the halfway point. Denny Bount drops to 15th behind the likes of Adrian Dobric and Giuseppe Fico. Max Busch rounds out the top 12, and he's trying to close in on Morris Schmeis for 11th position. Petropoulos has now got back into 20th, past Mats Johan Overhoff. But Vincent France is putting in personal best now and has a possibility of thinking, well, if I can beat Linus Henson in heats, I sure as heck can beat him in finals. So let's see if we can go after him. Well, he's got just under 7 minutes plus 1 lap to chase down and then get past. But they do say that chasing is one thing, getting past is something completely different altogether. And that is very much case in point here when you've got this amount of time to play with. So Linus Henson will be keeping an eye on what Vincent France is doing, as now they come across the line to complete lap number 9 of this race. Henson's lead is now 1.268 seconds. So Linus Henson is responding accordingly and is putting the hammer down at 50.489 last time round. So out of the 3 laps he's just done, Linus Henson has just done an average of probably a low 50.5 over the last 3 laps. That's consistent pace from the 333. Won by the best part of well over 80 points last season. and looks to start with a victory on the day it matters most. It's Sundays that count towards the championship tally. So no positional gains, but people improving on lap times. Luca Thiel, Luca Köster, Finn Stiak, as Linus Hens has just put in a 50.429. Vincent France is another driver that's gone into the 50.4s, the high 50.4s, but it is not enough to close the gap to Linus Henson at this particular moment, because now he's got to try and do his level best and push like crazy, because now Henson has got to just keep the blinkers on and move forward like he has been doing for quite a few years. He's had a difficult transition into seniors, but last year, with his title victory here in Rotax Max Challenge Germany, we saw a different kind of driver, and that has meant his performances in international competition, such as the Euro Trophy, where he's in the top 5 in the championship standings. He is now a force to be reckoned with. People are now noticing him, and that for Linus Henson is not a bad thing. It can be a good thing because it gets people worried. Just under 4.5 minutes to go, and Lucas Hartmann in third place is closing on Vincent France. So Lucas Hartmann wanting to get second at before we get towards the checkered flag situation. And whilst he's doing that, Luca Thiel is dropping a little bit behind Hartmann, and Luca Thiel was nearly 2/10 slower that particular occasion. Now he's got probably a couple of drivers closing in on him. He might have to be doing a bit of damage limitation here, as Luca Thiel, because now he's dropped to just under 6/10 behind Lucas Hartmann. Max Busch has got past Mark Lupfer for the last position in the top 10. As Lasse Reinhardt gets up into 21st past Leander Luke Schneider. Andre Petropoulos has got past Philip Kessick for 18th position. And 27 drivers are still running after 12 laps. Darius Nitu out on, well, not even getting towards the start of this race, and retired on the very first lap of competition here today. 3 minutes to go, and this battle here, this is Lukas Thompson versus Luca Köster. Köster, the winner of one of the races at Mulsanne in torrential weather conditions, and that was a mixed bag of weather. We had thunderstorms, we had lightning, we had 35 plus degree temperatures, and he was the one that won a victory in the most ridiculous way possible, and one I've never seen in karting, where he's clashed with the wall and he's kept the throttle planted and won the race. Still remember when he tagged me in his Instagram on that one as well, because I was commentating at that point. But Lukas Thompson looking at a potential of a top 6 finish. Look behind them, you've got Finn Stiak and Maddox Wirtz. They are battling away over what is 8th on the road. So 2 battles intensifying, as there is Maddox Wirtz behind. Lukas Thompson trying to go on the offensive with Luca Köster, but not on that particular occasion. Finn Stiak still trying to get past Maddox Wirtz. Well, Finn Stiak still trying to stay ahead of Maddox Wirtz. My apologies there. Mark Lupfer coming into the clutches of Adrian Dobric. And you can see there is a 4-way scrap. So that is now Lukas Thompson has got past Luca Köster. And here comes Finn Stiak and Maddox Wirtz. Things are tightening up, and Maddox Wirtz looking for an opportunity past Finn Stiak. Can't see the lights at the end of the tunnel quite yet, and will wait. Now goes for it up the inside, and that's a nice little cheeky move from Maddox Wirtz up the inside of Finn Stiak to now take 8th position. Then Max Busch is now closing in. Oh, this is gonna get interesting. Hold on to your hats, grab your popcorn and your favorite soft drink, and wait for the roller coaster ride to unfold before our very eyes and the timer is quickly running out. We're coming to the last 50 seconds, plus an additional lap here at the pre-final for the seniors. We'll have 3 more races to go after this before the lunch break, with the Gentleman Kart Challenge 100 bringing the opening race, the opening bits of the racing here at Wackersdorf to a close. And there looks to be a bit more drama this time. Luca Costa coming under pressure from Maddox Wirtz, as Finchdiak still holding Max Busch at bay, but Maddox Wirtz looking to close in on the 366. Looks up the inside. He nearly had an opportunity there, but he wasn't close enough. He knew it. He backed out of it. Good call there by Maddox Wirtz in the 341, running with the 3G Racing crew. So timer has expired. That is it. Next time around, Linus Henson, who now has nearly a 1.7 second advantage over Vincent France, will get the final lap board. Things are getting closer and closer, a little bit further towards the bottom part of the top 10. There's a couple of battles here, one of which is Luca Costa, who's got back past Maddox Wirtz in the meantime, and then you've got Finchdiak and Max Busch battling away over what is 9th place on the road. So Lucas Thompson keeping himself in 6th place. But Linus Henson very shortly will be getting towards the final couple of corners on the circuit. As you see, Darius Nitu's car unfortunately left to the side. There will be a clean-up operation to get that car back to Parc Fermé. But we head towards the final few corners. And Linus Henson really closing in on a victory here today. But at the meantime, Bennett Arends closing in. It is going to be the victory for Linus Henson as he takes the win ahead of Vincent France, Lucas Hartmann, Luca Thiel, Bennett Arends, and then the squabble for what was 6 was won by Lucas Thompson, Luca Costa, Maddox Wirtz, Finchdiak, Max Busch, Mark Lupfer, with Adrian Dobrich rounding out the top 12. But the reigning defending champion scoring when it is best required on finals day. So Henson wins the pre-final here at Wackersdorf for senior Rotax. Let's have a look at the results from 12th downwards, shall we? So Adrian Dobrich rounds out the top 12. 13th, Giuseppe Fico ahead of Maurice Schmeis, with Jan Heinen rounding out the top 15. Now, Jan Heinen did not run yesterday, so I'm wondering if there were some technical dramas that didn't allow Jan Heinen to compete. But Kian Agassade rounds out the top 16 ahead of Andrei Petropoulos, Denny Berndt, Lasse Reinhardt, Philip Keskik. I'll get that surname right if I'm if I can. Leander Luke Schneider, Mats Johan Overhoff, Lucas Vavagenak, Finley Hamfrecht, Louisa Kehler, Vivian Michel Haidt, and Bastien Barlage bringing up the rear in 27th, with Darius Nitu unfortunately on that first lap incident retiring on the spot. So we've got a slight delay with regards to what's happening. They've got a couple of carts being recovered at the moment. The 303 of Darius Nito, and I think I noticed the 363 of Keskik, and the Philip Keskik, who finished 19th at the flag. But we are about to get things underway with our DD2 drivers, as we await for the green flag to be waved at the end of the pre-grid. Rotax engines are revving up in the pre-grid as we speak. Drivers are primed and ready. So let's have a look at the grid for DD2 pre-final 1 here on Rotax Max Challenge Germany. So a win and a second puts Mika Metz on pole position in the 464 ahead of the 433 of Florian Breitenbach, who took a fourth and a victory yesterday. Robert Schorpian from Karchmy rounds out the top 3, a solid performance from the 477. Second and fourth yesterday puts him P3 alongside Marcel Steinert, who took a fifth and a third yesterday. Mark Bartels and Dennis Thiem round out the top 3 rows ahead of Patrick Lipinski and Fabian Bock. Matthias Lund, who made up 29 positions yesterday in the heats, managed to get himself into 11th and 6th respectively, and starts P9. And rounding out the top 10 is Yannick Jacobs. Loring Seifried starts 11th alongside Hannes Border. Leon Arndt and Philipp Dreschler ran at the top 7 ahead of Oliver Breitenbach, Ronny Göttler, Jana Stier, Denis Schalau, Nico Gnad, Franziska Blum, who completes the top 20. Then it's Tim Stender, Phil Vogel, Jonas Wolscheid, and Fotios Kalfas that completes the 24 strong that go into racing for 14 minutes plus an additional lap. So local time just coming up to 5 to 12 here in Germany, and we are set and ready to go racing for 14 minutes plus an additional lap. So we've got 24 competitors, 12 rows of drivers. It'll be down to Mika Metz and Florian Breitenbach to control the pace. Then it's Schorpian, Steinert, Bartels, Thiem, Lipinski, Bock, Lund and Jacobs. That is your top 10. And really good to see that Mika Metz and Florian Breitenbach really bring them to an absolute crawl going through over the hump into turns 13 and 14. Right, DD2 action about to get underway. Out of the final corner we go. They split, they go into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. We are off and racing. And it's a good start by Mika Metz, but Robert Schorpian again goes for the lead up through turn 3, goes sideways to the left, but manages to keep a hold of it. And Florian Breitenbach stays in third position, but he's under fire from Marcel Steinert. It's 4 abreast coming out of turn 4. In the words of John McEnroe, you cannot be serious right there and then. Oh my goodness me. As it's bumping and boring, people trying to fight over the same stretch of tarmac as now Robert Schorpian closing in on Mika Metz for the lead going through turn 11 on lap number 1. And Marcel Steinert has already got himself up into 4th position. And it looks like Yannick Jacobs has got himself up into P5, ahead of the likes of Mark Bartels and Dennis Thiem. But it looks like side by side between Steinert and Breitenbach coming out of the final corner. And Steinert takes P3 after the completion of the very first lap. Robert Schorpian looking for the move up the inside of Mika Metz, and he gets the job done through turn 3. There goes Steinert, there goes Breitenbach. So Mika Metz, as it's nearly 3 abreast coming through turn 4, and there's Yannick Jacobs. He tried to look towards the outside. You've got Mark Bartels and Dennis Thiem. It's all concertinaing because it's now bringing into the fight the likes of Loring Seifried, who rounds out the top 10. Ahead of him is Fabian Bock and also Matthias Lund. This is going to be quick fire, and it's going to be rapid rather soon, because now things are concertinaing. And Nico Gnad, unfortunately, a non-starter, so 23 runners and riders. And here comes Marcel Steinert. Is that for the race lead? It is. Marcel Steinert from FM Racing takes the lead on lap number 2 as they cross the stripe. 81 thousandths ahead of Robert Schorpian. Mika Metz rounds out the top 3. Florian Breitenbach in 4th ahead of Yannick Jacobs, Mark Bartels, Dennis Thiem, Matthias Lund. Fabian Bock as there. Yannick Jacobs trying to go round the outside of Florian Breidenbach through turn 6. They're looking at every which way possible to try and get past. But Marcel Steinert, after his impressive run of pace yesterday, started 4th, now leading. And then I've also seen a few more ups and downs in the order. Ronny Göttler's got past Jonas Walscheid. Denny Schallau now up into 20th ahead of Franziska Blum. Phil Vogel, who started 22nd, now rounding out the back end of the order. We now complete lap number 3. Steinert leads by just over a quarter of a second from Robert Chopin, who's being closed in on by Tim Mikametz. I did see that Chopin take a bit of curb through turn 3. That unsettled it, and all of a sudden Mikametz was able to get up the inside through turn 4 and gets P2 back. And there is a send and a half. That's Matthias Lund, and he's just gotten past Dennis Thiem. And at the moment, also Fabian Bock from Voigt Motorsport was trying to get through at the same part on the circuit, but Fabian Bock unable to facilitate that. As Patrick Lipinski is battling away with Leon Arndt for 12th position. Jana Stier, she's got herself up into 14th ahead of Oliver Breidenbach. Ronny Göttler and Jonas Walscheid seem to be working together somewhat as they now round out the top 17 positions. So Marcel Steinert extends his lead. This time he's leading from Mika Metz. Robert Chopin rounds out the top 3. Yannick Jacobs ahead of Florian Breitenbach for what is now 4th position, as there was a move. And that was Hannes Border being passed by Patrick Lipinski going through into turn number 4. And that was for 11th place. So 1 position outside of the top 10. But Lawrence Seyfried now up into 9th ahead of Fabian Bock. So the 18-year-old who was mechanicking the last couple of seasons, as there was an attempt there from Florian Breitenbach on Yannick Jacobs, but that nearly opened the door for Mark Bartels to squeeze up the inside. But Florian Breitenbach not having any of that. Last year's champion wanting to stay ahead, and now it looks like we've got Dennis Thiem with Mark Bartels. Dennis Thiem has gotten ahead of Matthias Lund as it starts concertinaing into turn number 4. And Matthias Lund now being closed in on by Laurent Seyfried and Fabian Bock. Ronny Göttler now up into 15th. Jana Stier has made up another position. She's got up into 13th place behind Hannes Border. And Lipinski, we did see the move earlier on Hannes Border for 11th position, as we've got 9.25 minutes still to go in this race. And the top 10 covered by less than 2.5 tenths of a second. Top 2 covered by 0.3. Top 3 covered by 0.6. And the gaps look to be minimising right now. Marcel Steinert leads them on to lap number 7, as he's led since lap 2. And his lead now is a quarter of a second, and it's double that back to 3rd. Robert Chopin still completes the top 3, and he's got about 3 tenths of a second, as there is a move by Matthias Lund, and that was on Mark Bartels. Lawrence Seyfried up the inside through turn 6, goes nearly wheel to wheel, side pod to side pod, and then all of a sudden there's Fabian Bock, takes opportunity when he sees that door open. And all of a sudden, Lawrence Seyfried was going for 8th. He's now dropped to 10th position as a result of that exchange. But don't count him out quite yet. And there he goes up the inside, steamrolling past Fabian Bock. And there is Patrick Lipinski. So that's 9th to 11th position. But look, the gap between Steinert and now Robert Chopin Robert Chopin now up into 2nd. Mika Metz coming under real pressure right now. He's going to try and soak it up like a sponge. But there's Yannick Jacobs up the inside to take 3rd place. Here comes Florian Breidenbach, who's trying to pin it around the outside through turn 6. And up the inside of him goes Dennis Thiem. Well, nearly going through turn 6. Oh my goodness me, this is DD2 racing. Really close quarter, really, really feisty. And what's more, the temperature on the track is continuing to rise ever more. So this is where things do so much in terms of pushing things forward. You can just see how ultra competitive this championship here is in Rotax Max Challenge Germany. Fought over tooth and nail every single season, and the 20th anniversary season looks to be an absolute belter. Marcel Steinert now leads the way by over a second from Robert Chopin. And what's more, Marcel Steinert has got the fastest lap in his pocket. A 50.051 for the 4:13. Robert Schorpian 1 second behind. Then it's Yannick Jacobs, Mika Metz, Florian Breitenbach, Dennis Thiem. Moves have happened a bit further down the order. Dennis Schallau has got past Tim Stender for 19th position. And Jonas Volscheid has dropped a position behind Philipp Dreschler in 17th. Jana Stier now finds herself closing in on Fabian Bock, as she has got past Patrick Lipinski for 11th position. As we're into the first throws of the second half of this first race, the pre-final for DD2. We've still got DD2 Masters and GKC 100 after this still to go, so more than half an hour's worth of racing in the pipeline before the lunch break. You can just see how close things are getting, and now it's become the fact that Robert Schorpian is the cork in the bottle, and Yannick Jacobs is waiting to be released, or is he going to make the move that helps him? And then Mika Metz just behind in third place, as there has been a little bit of a contretemps. No contact involved, though, I might add, because Dennis Thiem has just been repassed by Florian Breitenbach for what is 5th on the road. 5.5 minutes still to go. Marcel Steinert continuing to extend that lead. And it's a big one. It's now 1.3 seconds and climbing. As there goes Jacobs up the inside of Schorpian once again through turn 4. Schorpian tried to counter-attack going through 5 and now into 6. He looks up the inside, had to dive out of the manoeuvre, and there goes Mika Metz up the inside through turn 7. Here comes Florian Breitenbach up the inside, but then Robert Schorpian tries to go through. Oh, someone's gone wide. Someone's gone wide. That looks to be Dennis Thiem in the 4:54 that went wide coming out of turn 8, and they're all scrabbling between themselves, and that is Matthias Lund that has just absolutely wrestled his way past Florian Breitenbach. So it was Dennis Thiem that I think ran wide coming out of turn 9. We'll find out momentarily what has happened, but it looks like Matthias Lund has got himself up into the top 4. So Steinert leads. Yannick Jacobs, it was Dennis Thiem that ran wide, and it's dropped him significantly. It's dropped him out of the top 16. Disaster for Dennis Thiem in the first final of the day here in Wackersdorf. It was going oh so well, and one thing can lead to another. There's always that domino, a domino rally, that concertina effect, and all of a sudden someone ends up exiting stage left, and that driver unfortunately was Dennis Thiem, I'm sad to say, but he's still got time to make up a few places, because he's now behind Leon Arndt, who rounds out the top 15. Tim Stender gets past Jonas Volscheid for 19th position. So now the lead train is as thus. Marcel Steinert leads by nearly 1.6 seconds. Yannick Jacobs in 2nd position. Tim Mika Metz in 3rd. Robert Schorpian, Matthias Lund. And there we have the battle between, that looks to be Mark Bartels and Fabian Bock. Bock's got himself up into 7th. And look who's come to join the party. Good to see Jana Stier fighting in the top 10 now. She's closing in on Lauren Seyfried, who made a little bit of a, I think he's just trying to get the ring rust off, is Lauren Seyfried a little bit, but he's doing a good job nevertheless. It's been absolutely brilliant action here in the first DD2 race of finals day here at Rotax Max Challenge Germany. A big thank you to the 175 plus people that are watching the stream at the moment on the official Camp Company GmbH YouTube channel. So timer is counting down, hand over fist, and positions are changing more times than I've had Sunday dinners. And of course, it is Sunday, it is finals day, and this is where the intensity really ramps up past the volume switch where it says 10, and you have that invisible number called 11. So 2.5 minutes to go, and Marcel Steinert has a comfortable lead. It's close to 1.7 seconds ahead of the driver in 2nd position, the 401 of Kraft Motorsports, Yannick Jacobs. Then it's Dor Motorsports, Mika Metz, according to the timing here, the 464. Robert Schorpian, 4th. Matthias Lund trying to close in. And Yannick Jacobs has just put in the fastest lap of the race. A 49.822 with just over 2 minutes to go on the clock, plus an additional lap. And he is winding up the wick on that cart at the moment and looking to do his best to close in on Marcel Steinert, but that will give him a front row seat for the final later on today. So, other positional changes, Leon Arndt and Dennis Thiem working together. The two Door Motorsport carts running 14th and 15th respectively. They've got past Oliver Breitenbach in the 422, who now drops to 16th position as we head into the last 90 seconds of the race, plus an additional lap. Drivers getting their head down, the likes of the likes of Yannick Jacobs and Mika Metz. Now Matthias Lund trying to close in on Robert Schoppi, and the gap last time around was 0.4 of a second. Fabian Bock has got past Florian Breitenbach, so the number 481 from Voigt Motorsport now up into 6th position and trying to close in. We're going into the last 45 seconds plus an additional lap of this race, and at the moment Marcel Steinert from 4th on the grid continues to lead comfortably. But Yannick Jacobs is closing, but not by much every single lap. The gap now 1.4 seconds between Steinert and Jacobs, as there is the move that we've been waiting for. Matthias Lund on Robert Schoppi, and they go side by side through turn 5. Schoppi was to the outside, and here comes Fabian Bock. And now they're all scrabbling over what is now 4th position, because now Florian Breitenbach is in the back end of that train, as the timer is about to hit 0 right now. That's it. 14 minutes are up. We have one more lap to go after this one. So Marcel Steinert will go on to the 17th and final lap of this race. But the battle for P4 raging on. Chopin trying to power around the outside of Matthias Lund through the final couple of corners. This is going to open the door for Fabian Bock, who slingshots his way up the inside of Robert Chopin going on to the final lap. And now Bock is going to go for the next position. He's trying to go for 4th. And all sideways for Matthias Lund, but the Dane holds it. Oh, my goodness me. Fabian Bock up into 4th position. Robert Chopin. And now Matthias Lund coming under fire from Florian Breitenbach. And here comes Mark Bartels, Lawrence Seyfried and Janusz Stier. The battle for this from 4th to 10th. Not over by a long sight. But very, very soon we're going to see where Marcel Steinert is out on track. And there he goes through turn 11. He's heading through to turn 12 for the final time. And it is going to be a welcome victory for Marcel Steinert. Started 4th on the grid. And the FM Racing driver casually crosses the line and has a little bit of celebration ahead of Yannick Jacobs and Mika Metz. Fabian Bock takes 4th place ahead of Robert Chopin. And then I look back from Fabian Bock to Janusz Stier, who rounded out the top 10. Covered by just over 1.4 seconds. That is what you call close racing. So, congratulations to Marcel Steinert after the win by 1.397 seconds from Yannick Jacobs. Mika Metz, who started on pole position, takes P3. Let's have a look at the rest of the results, shall we? Fabian Bock with an absolutely explosive drive. The 481 started down in 8th position, finished in 4th. Robert Chopin started P3, got into the lead early part of this race, finished 5th at the end of it all. Matthias Lund started 9th. He started 24th in both races yesterday, and he's come through to finish 6th in this race here. Then it's also Florian Breitenbach, Mark Bartels. Good efforts by Lawrence Seyfried and Janusz Stier, who complete the top 10. Ronnie Göttler in 11th, ahead of Patrick Lipinski, Hannes Border, Leon Arndt, Oliver Breitenbach, Philipp Dreschler, Dennis Thiem, Dennis Schlau, Tim Stender, Jonas Wolscheid, Franziska Blum, Matthias Kalfas and Phil Vogel rounding out the 23 that finished the full race distance, with Nico Gnad a non-starter. So 2 more races to go until the lunch break here at the opening round of the season for Rotax Max Challenge Germany here at the Pro-Kart Raceland Circuit in Wackersdorf. In 2 weeks' time, we head to Motorsport Arena Mülsen in East Germany for the second round of the championship, where we will be joined by the DEKM. So let's head to the grid for what is going to be an interesting 14-minute plus 1 additional lap race for DD2 Masters. So after the intermediate classification, it's been a pretty good weekend in the office for Tommy Helfinger. The 5:06 starts from pole position, and alongside him, 2 successive second-place finishes for the 5:26 of Michael Becker puts him on the front row. Thomas Piet in the number 550 took 2 4th-place finishes yesterday, guaranteeing him 3rd on the grid. And alongside will be the 5:03 of Andreas Frenzel, who took a 3rd and a 6th yesterday. Daniel Schollenberger came back firing in the second heat, taking P3, but took 7th in the first heat. And that puts him alongside on row 3 with Marco Winkler, who himself took a 5th in the first heat and a 7th in the second heat. Lennart Schreiber and Patrick Weinstock round out the top 8 positions ahead of Klaus Parnett and Stefan Grabau, who both had difficulties in the first race but came back firing in race 2. Tanju Yildiz rounds out the top 11 ahead of Tobias Kreef. Konrad Bayer in the 580 starts 13th ahead of Nico Heine in 14th position. Heine Born having a non-start in the first race but finishing 13th in race 2. Starts ahead of Andreas Neumann, who unfortunately had a retirement in the second heat yesterday afternoon. So 16 drivers about to go racing for 14 minutes plus an additional lap, and then afterwards we will have our final race of the morning's action here at Rotax Max Challenge Germany, because the Gentleman Kart Challenge 100 goes into their first of 2 races for their opening round of the season for 2021. So it's down to Tommy Helfinger and Michael Becker to control the pace. Down to the final corner they come. They split, they go into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Full start called. First one of the day. And a good note for those wondering how we can tell there is a full start. Well, there on the right-hand side of your screen, there was a traffic light. So if that red light goes out, that means it's a clean start. If the yellow light flashes and the red light stays on, it is a false start. So it is down to the race director to make sure that that gets communicated. And so from my eyes as a commentator, being here over in my home office, being able to see that is a welcome sight. So I can tell you straight away if it's a full start or not. So once again, you have to do the old control out and delete. Sounds like I'm working on a computer at the moment, doesn't it? Well, I'm effectively working on a computer thanks to the wonders of modern technology. So we get ourselves steeled, ready to go racing once again here. So DD2 Masters now getting ready to go racing. So it will be down to Tommy Helfinger and Michael Becker to control the pace. Second time of asking, we go into the tram lines. The revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? This time, lights are out. We're off and racing in a tangle between Michael Becker and Tommy Helfinger going through turns 1 and 2. Becker went to close the door, and now Helfinger up the inside. And the likes of Thomas Piet and Andreas Frenzel. Frenzel's got himself up into 4th place. As all, Thomas Piet gets absolutely mugged, and then some. Daniel Schollenberger has gotten up into 4th place. That was a rude awakening for Tommy Helfinger. And just looking at it, well, Helfinger was trying to go for the racing line. He got a good run, and Helfinger just kept going left. I'm not too sure how that's going to be looked at by race control. I'll leave that one to them. Could be just a racing incident, but that really put the cat amongst the pigeons. But it didn't stop Helfinger to get back to the front of the field as he leads the field, coming across the line to start lap number 2. Michael Becker just over 0.2 of a second adrift. Then it's Andreas Frenzel and Daniel Schollenberger. The battle of the Sodi karts in 3rd and 4th place, as Schollenberger looking to quickly get past Frenzel, as he now knows that he has to get past early. And there he goes up the move. Oh, he mounts the side of Andreas Frenzel, and it causes absolute concertina madness just behind. And Daniel Schollenberger went for the move, and then all of a sudden it all went horribly wrong for both him and Andreas Frenzel, and it dropped the pair of them a little bit further down the order than they both would have liked. And that means that Marco Winkler now finds himself into 4th place as a direct result of that. Thomas Piet in the 550 rounds out the top 3 as we come round to complete lap number 2 of this race, and Michael Becker looks to be closing in. And just having a look once again on that footage, it was just nip and tuck. Schollenberger just decided to go for it, and it was risk versus reward, and the risk definitely nigh on took him out of the race, and that has cost him dearly. That also cost Andreas Frenzel dearly, because he dropped to 9th position, and Schollenberger finds himself currently in P5 as things stand. Well, no longer P5. I think he's dropped a little bit further back, because I've just seen Stefan Kabau a little bit further up the field. And there is Stefan Kabau. I've just seen a little bit further behind Patrick Weinstock at the moment, who rounds out the top 6 positions. Schollenberger looks to be in 5th place. And there is Schollenberger trying to close in on Marco Winkler, as Winkler's battling away for P3 with Thomas Piet. So Winkler on the Paralin chassis coming through turn 3, looks to trot, and he gets a bit squirrely, under brakes, the front end sort of snapping from left to right, under heavy braking. So because with the DD2s, you have a bit of a DD2 and DD2 Masters, you have a front and rear brake setup on these karts. And if the balance is slightly out on the front, if you really push the brake pedal down quite hard, you can send the front end snaking under braking. But there is the move for position 3, and now Marco Winkler finds himself in 3rd ahead of Thomas Piet, but this is allowing Daniel Schollenberger to close on in and try and catch the pair in front. So 10.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. It is Helfinger versus Becker at the front of the field. They're covered by just over 0.3 of a second. Marco Winkler now in P3 ahead of Thomas Piet. Daniel Schollenberger rounding out the top 5. And other changes, Andreas Neumann now up to 14th behind the 13th placed Konrad Bayer at the moment. Andreas Frenzel has started moving back up the field. He's got past Leonard Schreiber for 8th place and is currently at the moment 9/10 behind Stefan Kabau, who rounds out the top 7 positions as we speak. 4 minutes down, 10 to go, plus 1 lap. It has been rather to and fro. There's been more twists and tails than the never-ending story here today on finals day. But at the moment, Tommy Helfinger looking to consolidate that 100% success rate so far in terms of race victories, just like Fahin Mega has done in junior Rotax this weekend. It's looking good so far, but it just depends on what happens. As now I've just seen that Marco Winkler is starting to try and catch up to the 2 leaders. The 5.66 has just put in a 50.885 on that last lap there. So 9 minutes and 10 seconds plus an additional lap still to go here in the final race for DD2, well, the final race of the first set of heats for the Rotax powered classes here today, before we go to the Gentleman Kart Challenge 100 after this one. And that is set to be a pretty interesting one too. We had great racing from them last season. We're looking forward to seeing what pans out here today. Schollenberger closing in on Thomas Piet as Tommy Helfinger now takes back the fastest lap accolade with a 50.729. And along with him, Marco Winkler is the only other driver running in the 50.7s. That's great performance from Marco Winkler. And whenever I've seen him, so bit of curb taken there. That was by Thomas Piet, and that was coming out of turn 8. And that nearly gave Schollenberger the opportunity that the 522 needed to get back, to get on past. On that particular occasion, no dice there for Daniel Schollenberger. He's got to wait and bide his time. So just under 6 minutes gone. Almost, well, just over 8 to go here at Wackersdorf for DD2 Masters, the pre-final. And good to see so many people able to watch from the sidelines a bit more these days as the GKC 100 kart drivers are watching from the pre-grid with a lot of interest, I'm sure. But 7 minutes and 40 still to go. Thomas Piet and Daniel Schollenberger on your screens at the moment. And this is the battle for 4th place. Marco Winkler has started to pull a gap, and again, he's gone quicker than anybody else, a 50.561. Second lap time for the 566. He's got the gap down to Michael Becker, down to just over 1.1 seconds, with just over 7 minutes remaining on the clock. And now Marco Winkler has got a bit of clean air. You know what, ladies and gentlemen? He's using it. He's gone even quicker still. 50.373. Winkler looking to get himself into the front row for the final later on today. And their final takes place at 3:10 local time here in Germany, barring any stoppages or any delays that we may have beforehand. But Marco Winkler looks to have found a new home on the Paralin chassis, and he's exploiting it to the maximum. And what's more, he was over a 10th quicker than Tommy Helfinger. So if I was both Helfinger and Becker, if I would see what is happening with the driver in 3rd position, Marco Winkler is catching. And he's going to keep on pushing because the gap between Becker and Winkler last time around dropped to 0.8. It's getting closer and closer. 0.5. Winkler's done another 50.3. He's gone half a 10th quicker on his previous lap. As we now see a little bit of a battle further behind, you've got Patrick Weinstock battling away with Lennart Schreiber as Schreiber tries to go up the inside, and that's going to allow Andreas Frenzel to close on in, who's got Tanju Yildiz breathing down his neck, and Yildiz sends it up the inside of Frenzel. Absolutely committed from Tanju Yildiz. Meine Güte, as they say. Wow, that was a great move up the inside of Andreas Frenzel, who was trying to look to get past Lennart Schreiber. And Tanju Yildiz was absolutely ruthless through that complex. Absolutely brilliant job by him. But we have just over 5.5 minutes to go, and still leading is Tommy Helfinger. Marco Winkler is in striking distance of Michael Becker. And Winkler, for the 3rd lap in succession, he's consistently running in the low 50.3s. Marco Winkler is gunning for his first second place finish of the weekend and also of this season. And the good thing is that Marco Winkler now can see Michael Becker right in his crosshairs, and what's more, he can see Tommy Helfinger. So there's less than 5 minutes to go. Oh, what's this? A little bit of a dark horse has entered the fray, and it just so happens to be Marco Winkler in the 566. The gap between him and Michael Becker was just over 0.3 last time around. And it's 0.279. What's more, Winkler was quicker than Becker last time. Winkler dropped into the high 50.4s. Becker was in a low 50.5 last time around. However, the good thing is that Marco Winkler will wait, bide his time, and use that chance when it presents itself, because that could be coming rather rapidly, and the 2 infield hairpins coming up right now are probably some of the best possible overtaking opportunities he's going to get, but he needs to be a little bit closer to Michael Becker than that. So over the hump they go into the final couple of corners. The top 3 last time around were covered by 7.5 tenths. Let's find out after 12 laps what it is now. 0.6 between Helfinger, Becker and Winkler. And Winkler is the quickest out of the trio. Becker's just set a personal best, but I don't think that's going to be enough to keep Winkler at bay, as they go through turn 6. And Marco Winkler looking to use the momentum, carry on the Paralin chassis. He's gone through turn 8. He's got a real good turn of pace into the right-hander at 9, through into the left at 10. And Winkler is closing, hand over fist. And he now knows that he's within lunge range. He can possibly, if he wants to outbrake himself and go for a dynamite move up the inside of Michael Becker, he still has time. And all of the 16 drivers still running. So it's Helfinger from Becker, Winkler, Piet, Schollenberger, Grabau, Weinstock, Schreiber, Yildiz, Frenzel, Parnet, Bayer now up into 12th ahead of Andreas Neumann, Rainer Born, Tobias Gräf and Nico Heiner rounding out the 16 that are still circulating after 13 completed laps so far. But this is going to go down to the wire. It's just over 7 tenths between first, second and third position as they head through the chicane, turns 9 and 10. And a little bit further behind, Daniel Schollenberger still trying to get onto level terms with Thomas Piet in the Praga chassis, the number 550. And Schollenberger gets a good run. Looks like a little bit of an unforced error. A bit of a mistake there from Thomas Piet as he now wrestles with the Praga chassis coming out of the final corner. And Schollenberger's going to have the run on him going through into turns 2 and 3. As Becker now closing in, under braking on Helfinger, as does Winkler on the 526 as they now go through into turn 6. The left-hand hairpin before the triple right here at 7, 8 and 9 before the left-hander at the chicane at 10. So the stalemate continues on at the sharp end of the field. But Helfinger has kept the lead from early doors after that slight contretemps as Schollenberger makes a bit of a move up the inside of Thomas Piet, but Piet gets the run coming out of turn 12 and back up the inside through the final corner. But is he going to run wide? Yes, he does. And Schollenberger goes side pod to side pod through turns 1 and 2. Who's going to get the inside run for turn 3? It's Schollenberger. Schollenberger absolutely nailed that one to the cross and got the job done. Brilliantly sorted by Daniel Schollenberger. In the 522, he waited and bided his time, but at the front of the field, it's looking just as feisty because it was just under 6 tenths of a second between Helfinger, Becker and Winkler. And Winkler now looking up the inside. That's the closest he's been, and he knew he had a chance there. But the thing was not close enough for Winkler as the time is fast expiring. We're going to go into the last 30 seconds. Plus an additional lap of this race. So this is lap number 16 out of 17. And Winkler now knows that time is fast running out. And effectively, when he gets the final lap board in just a few moments' time, when they cross the stripe once more to complete lap number 17, it'll be the 18th and final lap will be his chance to see if he can do a move, a daring do move past Michael Becker. But Becker will expect anything. And as they say in motorsport, expect the unexpected. So the top three making their way through into turn 12, the right-hand 180-degree hairpin for the penultimate time. And then this time, we'll be waiting for the final lap board. So Helfinger's lead was half a second ahead of Michael Becker. On to the final lap we go. Looks to have extended. No, it hasn't. It's just slightly compacted by about 25 thousandths of a second. And Marco Winkler now has the hurry-up sign, as if to say, right, if I need to go for second, I need to do something quickly. He's got to gather the momentum, and oh, there's a coming together, and that is the 550 of Thomas Piet, and that was Andreas Neumann, I believe. Let's just have a look on that, but that has really caused problems. Double waved yellows. Oh, that has really changed the race. So a real disaster there, and one of them was Thomas Piet, I believe, and he was running up in P5, and Andreas Neumann, oh no, it's the 560. Let's just have a quick look. I'm just going to see here. It's the 560 of Rainer Born, I believe, but that is it. Tommy Helfinger takes the checkered flag. He continues his 100% success rate. Michael Becker takes second ahead of Marco Winkler. And after what we saw earlier on between Schollenberger and Frenzel, that was Andreas Neumann and Rainer Born. Then unfortunately on the last lap of the race came a cropper, as we'd say here in the United Kingdom. They both came together and their race ended rather abruptly. But Helfinger wins by just over 3.5 tenths of a second. That double waved yellows effectively neutralized whatever attack that Becker had on Helfinger and Winkler had on Becker. So let's have a look at the results for the pre-final here at Wackersdorf for DD2 Masters. So Tommy Helfinger takes the victory after 18 laps by 0.38 seconds ahead of Michael Becker. Marco Winkler rounds out the top three. A spirited drive from Daniel Schallenberger to force his way past Thomas Piet in the dying stages of the race to secure fourth. Stefan Karbau in sixth ahead of Andreas Frenzel. Patrick Weinstock, Leonard Schreiber and Daniel Yildiz ran at the top 10 with Klaus Panett, Konrad Bayer and Tobias Kröf and Nico Heiner making the full 18-lap race distance, with Andreas Neumann and Rainer Born coming to blows on the penultimate lap of the race. So now we head into our final race before the lunch break. It's the first race for GKC 100, the Gentleman Kart Challenge 100. So let's have a look at the starting grid ahead of this 14-minute plus one additional lap encounter. So after qualifying yesterday, Maurice Clear in the number 13 on the CRG Maxter starts from pole position, ahead of Maximilien Severin in the number 34. Pole position decided by just over half a tenth of a second. Mark Rüsser in the number 85 on the Tony TM starts P3 ahead of the Tony Vortex entry, the number 30 of Yannick Eder. Martin ter Heijden in the number 91 on the Mach 1 Yami combination, joined by Daniel von Landenberg in the CRG Maxter in the number 23. Sascha Moore in the 29 and Andreas Schreder round out the top 8. Schreder running in the 81 and Stefan Aul and Patrick Labouche in the number 66 and the 6 completing the top 10. Rounding out the 16 strong, it is going to be Dennis Koch in the number 12. 69 of Mario Simon, Alexander Materna in the number 9, Udo Brunner in the number 19, Thomas Farhorst in number 10 and Eugene Ortlieb in the number 176. Good to hear these engines roaring around this 1,222-metre circuit. So, I first got introduced to this championship last year when we had second round of the season here at Wackersdorf last year. For RMC Germany, a really, really good championship. Great to see these older engines coming through and racing for our viewing pleasure. And it has been just over 10 months since we actually ventured to this track, because last year it was the 19th and 20th of September that round two took place. But Wackersdorf is our season opener for 2021, so we're going to see what is going to happen here. Looks like Dirk Holtz has joined according to the timing screens and is at the back end of the field, so he's just broken the timing beam. So it will be Maurice Clear and Maximilien Severin that will start on the front row. They will begin proceedings. As with always, GKC 100 starts with a rolling start, just like we have here in Rotax Max Challenge Germany. Out of the final corner they come, into the tram lines we go. The revs start to build, the lights go out, we're off and racing for the first of 2 races this weekend, and Maximilien Severin gets the jump on Maurice Clear going through turn 3 for the first time, but Clear back up the inside through turn 4. This could allow Mark Rüsser in the 85 and Andreas Schreder to close in the battle for the lead, and then Yannick Eder rounding out the top 5 as they negotiate their way through turn 6 for the first time of asking. So 17 drivers have made it through onto this session. Dirk Holtz rounding out the top 16 at the moment, but there are second, third, fourth. It looks like Mark Rüsser, I believe, has gotten up into second place. We'll find out momentarily. No, he's down in third behind Maximilien Severin, as it looks like Maurice Clear might have gotten a little bit of a getaway in the early throws of this race as they come out of the final couple of corners to start the second lap. It's Maximilien Severin that has got the lead. It's Maurice Clear that rounds out the top 2. Patrick Labouche back up into 10th position. Alexander Materna up into 13th. It looks like Eugene Ortlieb has dropped all the way down to 16th. Udo Brunner, I don't think, has managed to complete the first lap of asking, so already we're down to 16 drivers out of 17 after the first lap. No, Udo Brunner has gotten across the line, and my apologies there, I didn't see him turn up on the timing sheet, but the thing is that Udo Brunner was 9.2 seconds behind Eugene Ortlieb, but it's Maximilien Severin who started in second position. Maurice Clear started from pole, and Maurice Clear has got a gap to find, and that is 1.35 seconds. Around the final corner they come to complete lap 2. Severin now leads by 1.6, nearly 1.6 seconds, as here comes Mark Rüsser, steamrolling up the inside of Maurice Clear through turn 3, and waiting in the wings is Martin ter Heijden on the Mach 1 chassis, running with the Ayami power plants. So ter Heijden showcasing that he can wait and bide his time, but Maurice Clear looking to get past Marc Risse for second place. Marc Risse goes a little bit wide coming out of turn 8, but manages to pull it back into formation, going through the turn 9-10 chicane into turn number 11. And once again, and that is one of the carts by the sidelines. That's coming out of turn 3. So that could be possibly, I'm not too sure if that was the 91 of Martin ter Heijden. No, that might not be. That might be ter Heijden. I'm not sure. No, ter Heijden still running in 4th. So that's the 176. And that is Eugene Ortlieb that has just broken down. And Ortlieb running on the Express TM combination. So they try and get the cart out of harm's way and off the racing line. Double waved yellows going into turn 6. So that was Andreas Schrader that was that had broken down coming out of turn number 3 and into the hairpin at 4. So Maximilien Severin has managed to scarper away into the distance like a scalded cat on a hot tin roof, and has managed to bridge a gap of nearly 2 seconds over the driver in 2nd, which just so happens to be Marc Risse. But Marc Risse coming under fire from Maurice Clear. Across the line they go. Martin ter Heijden being closed in on by Yannick Eder. But Maurice Clear sets the fastest lap of the race early doors, and has just done that on lap 4. The number 13 has just put in a 51.381 second lap time here at Wackersdorf, and now sits behind Marc Risse. The gap between them was about 0.16 over the stripe last time around, but it looks like the gaps are starting to increase. As now Maurice Clear has got Martin ter Heijden and Yannick Eder not too far behind, but ter Heijden trying to close in on Maurice Clear, who rounds out the top 3 positions. So 9 minutes and 40 seconds to go, plus an additional lap in this first of 2 races for the GKC 100, the first of 5 rounds this year that culminates in the season finale at Kerpen in the penultimate weekend of October this year. So 9 minutes and 20 still to go. Plenty of action still to come this afternoon, but there is plenty here today. So the Gentleman Kart Challenge 100, they had a bolster of around about 50 drivers vesting their interest, which has increased year on year since 2017. The first round is here at Wackersdorf, as now it's getting a bit close between a few other drivers here. As you can just see, that is the 85, I believe, of Marc Risse is being closed in on by Martin ter Heijden. That is the battle for P3, as now Maurice Clear has put in a 50.9, and he's got to within 3.5 tenths of Maximilien Severin in the 34 as they go through into turn 6. Maurice Clear took pole yesterday in qualifying, but now closing in, running on the CRG with a Maxter power plant, using that to good advantage, and he has taken chunks, literally chunks of time, as up the inside goes Martin ter Heijden on Marc Risse, and Risse has to briefly concede the position, but looks to get a counter attack happening through turn number 12, and on this particular occasion he can't make the job happen. As we go across the line to complete lap number 7, Severin and Clear were covered by just over 3 tenths. That gap has been more than halved, and there goes Clear up the inside of Severin to take the lead through into turn number 3, and gets the job completed by the apex of turn number 4. So Maximilien Severin leads the way, or did lead the way up until that particular point on lap number 8, where Maurice Clear took absolute chunks out of him. And over the last couple of laps, he's taken the best part of over 1.7 seconds before taking the lead on lap number 8 of this race. So a great job from Maximilien Severin to stay in the lead as long as he did. But Maurice Clear in that CRG Maxter package has really got that thing dialed in right now. We're just about to hit the halfway point, and Maurice Clear has just turned that into a 4.5 of a second advantage over Maximilien Severin. Martin ter Heijden rounds out the top 3 in the number 91. Mark Rüsser, 4th. Yannick Eder, Daniel von Landenberg, Sascha Mohr, Mario Simon, Stefan Au, Dennis Koch in 10th. Patrick Labuche, Alexander Materna, Andreas Streder and Eugene Ortlieb both have retired on lap number 3. A real shame because they broke down within corners of each other. Thomas Fahorst rounds out the top 13. We're still waiting for Dirk Holtz and Udo Brunner to complete the top 15, which they do on the completion of lap number 8. Lap number 9 about to be in the books as Maurice Clear continues to lead, and his gap now is nearly 0.8 of a second ahead of Severin, with ter Heijden closing down on the number 34 for second position. As Mark Rüsser still ahead of Yannick Eder, who completes the top 5 as they make their way through. A lot of lateral change of momentum through the corners, sideways lateral momentum here at Wackersdorf, and you can just see the sidewalls are absolutely being tortured on these carts, irrespective of whether it's a GKC Fight, a 100 or a Rotax cart. They are both being put through the same punishment every single one of the 1,222 metre laps that this circuit has here in Wackersdorf. So looks like things are closing up. Ter Heijden closing in, looking up the inside of Severin for second, and he goes through on turn 3. And here comes Mark Rüsser up the inside and takes P3 away from Severin, who drops from second to 4th place in a matter of 2 respective corners. And now Yannick Eder fancies a bit of bite of the cherry as well. He's in 5th, and he's looking rather hungrily at the back bumper of Maximilien Severin. Mario Simon has parked the number 69 CRG Maxter, I'm afraid, on lap number 8, on lap number 9 of this race. So it becomes another retirement, as Yannick Eder will try and get into the slipstream of Maximilien Severin this particular time. Will he make the move? Looks to the outside through turn 3. Tries to get the cut through into turn 4, but Severin goes on the racing line and defends the position nice and neatly there. 4.25 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. Double waved yellows again. Oh, now we've had someone. Now, who is that on the inside of turn number 4? That's the 103. That's Dirk Holtz on the Dino Vortex. And that car is now being pulled away by the driver out of harm's way. So that now means, well, let's see if he can. He's trying to push start it at the moment to see if he can get it going. So still double waved yellows coming through. And I think that is I'm wondering if he's going to try and give that another try. But biggest question is, because drivers are getting rather up close and personal, and they are battling over position. Maurice Clear has now got a 2.1 second gap between himself and Martin ter Heijden, who's battling with Mark Rüsser over what is second position on the road. And hopefully, well, it looks like, yeah, I think that's the case. Dirk Holtz has parked it. Dirk Holtz has decided one good push is not enough to get the Vortex engine on that kart restarted. And that's a real shame for him. So we're down to 13 out of 17 drivers in this race. We have just over 3 minutes to go. And in a minute, Maurice Clear is in the clear. Pardon the pun there. That wasn't really intentional by any stretch of the imagination. But Maurice Clear has done a fantastic job. He took pole position. He initially got the chance to keep going. But it was Maximilien Severin that took the lead. And then who got literally pounced upon by Clear. And then ter Heijden and Rüsser went past the number 34 at the drop of a hat within a couple of corners. And now they're starting to pull away from the 34. Udo Brunner rounds out the 13 that are still circulating. And 12 laps have been completed by Udo Brunner, who is a lap down off of the leaders. Patrick Labuche, Alexander Materna and Thomas Fahorst round out the top 12 positions. But it is Maurice Clear that is leading the way by a considerable margin, by nearly 2.3 seconds. here as we enter into the last 2 minutes of the morning's action here at the season opener of Rotax Max Challenge Germany here at the Pro Kart Raceland circuit in Wackersdorf. It's great to see the Gentleman Kart Challenge back with us again on the calendar, even though it is for our opening round and their opening round, as it looks like that was Thomas Farhorst getting out of the way as he's just had a lap put down on him. Thomas Farhorst running on the Intrepid with the KZH engine. But it has been pretty much a stalemate between these two here, Martin ter Heijden and Mark Husser, the number 95 and the 85, 91 and the 85 respectively. But Maurice Clear has been pushing quite hard in the last few laps, and last time around he's just put in a 50.984, his best lap of 50.918. But Martin ter Heijden, who runs in second position, has put in the best lap of anybody at 50.835, done a few laps ago. But Mark Husser is closing in on the number 91 as we head into the last 50 or so seconds, plus an additional lap of this race. They've just gone through turn 6, into the left-hander into the right-hander at turn 7, into 8, into the chicane at turns 9 and 10. They've really kept going very, very well indeed. We will have 13 runners and riders finishing this race as we head into the last 30 seconds. We're on lap number 16 of the first of 2 races for the Gentleman Kart Challenge 100 here at Wackersdorf. And this will now be the penultimate lap as we're on to lap number 17 out of 18. Martin ter Heijden keeping Mark Husser at bay. And as I say that, Maurice Clear has just put in his personal best of 50.870 from the number 13. So these two drivers have pretty much kept each other honest. Maximilian Severin still rounds out the top 4 ahead of Yannick Eder in the number 30. Daniel von Landenberg rounds out the top 6 ahead of Sascha Moore, Stefan Aul and Dennis Koch, who rounds out the top 9. Patrick Labouche rounds out the top 10. But the timer has expired about 30 seconds ago. So final lap board is out for Maurice Clear. His lead over Martin ter Heijden is 3.285 seconds as here comes Mark Husser on the final lap. Through turn 3, gets the job done, neatly re-secures P2 on the road through turn 3 and get the job completed by the apex of turn number 4. He waited and bided his time, did ter Heijden. And last time around, he was nearly 0.3 of a second quicker than ter Heijden, who's running on the Mark 1 chassis. But we're fast approaching the conclusion of the race as 13 drivers will complete it. But we now take a glance at our leader, and that is Maurice Clear, who now makes his way through the final couple of corners. And it's a significant win. Our pole sitter takes the race victory and starts celebrating. Well, he's got every right to do that early, and he wins by 3.5 seconds. So Maurice Clear on the CRG Maxter wins the opening race of the Gentleman Kart Challenge 100 here at Wackersdorf by 3.568 seconds. Let's have a look at the rest of the results, shall we? So Mark Husser would steal second like candy off a baby off of Martin ter Heijden, who finished in 3rd place, and that was through turn 3 on the final lap. Maximilian Severin in 4th place, who initially took the lead, would drop back and finish ahead of Yannick Eder by just under 0.6 of a second. Daniel von Landenberg in 6th ahead of Sascha Moore, who completed the top 7 places. Stefan Aul in 8th ahead of Dennis Koch. Patrick Labouche rounded out the top 10, having started in 10th position, with Alexander Materna, Thomas Farhorst and Udo Brunner rounding out the top 13 that completed the race itself. Unfortunately, we did have 4 retirements. Dirk Holtz on lap number 11, Mario Simon on lap 9, with Andreas Schroeder and Eugene Ottlieb unfortunately breaking down within corners of each other on lap number 3. So that rounds out the morning action here for the second day of competition for the opening round of the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season. And we get back to racing in just under half an hour's time. We'll be back just before 1:30 this afternoon as the finals get underway. Micromax kicking things off, and then we'll have a further 7 races, including that one, to close off the weekend. So until then, we'll be back just after the lunch break. This is Alex Goldschmidt saying, see you very soon, and you won't want to miss a single second of what the afternoon has in store.
I see them.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the resumption of the action here this afternoon at the season opener of the Rotax Max Challenge Germany. Micromax now going out for their final race of the weekend. Let's have a look at the starting grid. So Noah Janssen, who picked up the victory in the first race today, starts from pole position. Alongside him will be the number 12 of Niklas Casarino, Gabriel Hoffmann, who was on pole position last time out at the first race, starts from P3. Then it's Arjen Kreling, Christos Melakos, Tim Steger, Stavros Sodos Francia that round out the top 7 drivers. 7 drivers competing in this race here at Rotax Max Challenge Germany this weekend. So the drivers get themselves ready to go racing. Again, it will be 9 minutes plus an additional lap for these drivers here in Wackersdorf. And now it's about crunch time. Who is going to lead the standings? Leading from Wackersdorf and heading into Mulsen in just a couple of weekends' time. Well, we are about to find out here in Bavaria as to who is going to be top of the pops, king of the hill, so to speak, if you will, as they come out of the final corner. So let's find out, shall we, ladies and gentlemen, as they go into the tram lines. Revs rise, lights go out, we are off and racing. And Niklas Casarino trying to get the advantage over Noah Janssen, but this is allowing Arjen Kreling to get up into second position. But Casarino looking back up the inside through turn number 4 and can't get the move done. But Gabriel Hoffmann has now dropped behind Christos Malakos, I believe, who's now gotten up into 4th position after what was a very, very busy start for all concerned. But at the minute, it is those that are driving at the front of the field. Noah Janssen leads the way. Niklas Casarino, Arjen Kreling rounds out the top 3 positions. Then it is Hoffmann, Malakos, Stiger that rounds out the top 6 places. As it looks like there's going to be a change for 3rd place. Arjen Kreling trying to go up the inside of Christos Melakos. And Christos Melakos stays in 3rd for the moment. But Kreling has Hoffmann just behind. As now Kreling goes side by side with Malakos going into the approach into turn 3. That's nip and tuck between the pair, but Kreling can't get through. So 7 minutes and 50 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. And the drivers are putting the absolute best performances they can through on the circuit in front of them. And now we have the matter of fact that Arjen Kreling closing in on Christos Malakos, and Malakos is staying in front in the meantime. So a very, very good job from the number 27, who still is leading, well, whoever is in 3rd position at the moment. The train for 3rd and 4th place at this juncture, but at the minute still not going that way in terms of who is taking 2nd and who is taking 3rd at this particular moment. But the main thing is they are still racing their hearts out there at the minute. And you can see coming across the line that Gabriel Hoffmann is starting to move up the order. He's actually got past Christos Malakos in the meantime, has gotten himself up into what is now 4th place. So at this particular moment, it is getting easier and easier for Hoffmann to close on in on those in front. And he's starting to do so. He's starting to reel in Arjen Kreling for P3 on the road. And what's more, he's looking to the right-hand side, looks to the left, going into turn number 11. And at this particular moment, he can't get through so far. But he's going to try his absolute damnedest, is Gabriel Hoffmann. He will do what he can to get past. And now there is the move that he's tried to facilitate. And he's got the job done on this particular lap. So, but then Arjen Kreling comes straight back at him like a freight train. Manages to get past to, manages to keep ahead. But in the meantime, Nicolas Casarino looking for 1st place. And on countback, this will give Casarino the weekend win here this afternoon as things stand. But then Gabriel Hoffmann still staying in 3rd. This will give him a good run going out from this weekend and over into Mulsanne in just a fortnight's time. So 5 minutes and 24 seconds on the clock, plus an additional lap still to go. And in the meantime, Janssen leads from Casarino, Hoffmann, Kreling, Malakos and Stiga rounding out the top 6 positions, with Stavros Sodos Francia still rounding out what is effectively the 7 drivers that are still running in this field so far at this particular juncture. So the good thing is that Noah Janssen is looking to steal a march on everybody else and trying to get the jump and get the lead in the standings come the end of this race. And it has really helped him out very, very much this weekend as to how he has responded to those in front. And he is starting to pull away from Nicolas Casarino. And Casarino trying to close in. Noah Janssen has set the fastest lap time of anybody this race, a 58.935 from the youngster who's running with the FM Racing awning this season. First saw him at Italy at the Euro Trophy earlier on this season, as here comes Gabriel Hoffmann. Arjen Kreling has got 3rd in the bag for the minute, but with just under 4 minutes to go, Hoffmann will try and do what he can to get back past and take 3rd position at the flag. So 5 1/4 minutes down, 3 3/4 minutes, plus an additional lap still to go. Hoffmann trying to do his best to get back up into P3. But the way that these two are battling, the gap is now starting to expand between 2nd and 3rd. As again, Kreling goes on the defensive going into T11. And this is not looking well. This is not boding well at the moment for Gabriel Hoffmann, who is trying to get past using every single apex, every single corner, trying to get through, but can't. And Arjen Kreling takes a brief glance twice over the right-hand shoulder as they go across the line to complete another lap. We're on to lap number 7 of this race. Just under 3 minutes to go. Gabriel Hoffmann using the slipstream very, very well here. Looks to the outside. You're not going to get through on the outside of turn 4, but if you can get the cut back through into the apex on the hairpin, that's a pretty good justification. Hoffmann trying to do, once again, the switchback on Arjen Kreling. But Kreling not giving in, not giving Hoffmann an inch, nor is Hoffmann able to take a mile. And this is where you just see how different the driving styles are between the individuals out on circuit. And Hoffmann trying to close in, Kreling not giving in, and is staying in front. But Noah Janssen has got a gap of just under 7.5 tenths of a second over Nicolas Casarino. Will make that now 1.1 seconds. So Noah Janssen has got the fastest lap of the race in the bag with a 58.586 here today. And what's more, he will not be able to catch Noah Janssen in the next minute and 3/4. But this battle for third and fourth between Arjen Kreling and Gabriel Hofmann still raging on tooth and nail. It's going to go right down to the wire. But Hoffman's got to try and do his best to get past for third position. And he gets a real good slipstream coming out of the turn 10 out of the chicane through turn 11. Needs to be a little bit closer than that. Up through to turn 12. And now we'll hopefully get a good run coming out of that corner. And gets a bit more of that slipstream going through into the final corner. There's Noah Janssen and Nicolas Casarino as here comes Gabriel Hofmann on the back bumper of Arjen Kreling. And they were separated by 68 thousandths last time around. There's Christos Malakos, who's being closed in on by Tim Steger, and that's for P5. Hofmann again trying to do the same thing as he did last time, and unfortunately not working. Hofmann trying to assert his stamp on this battle, but it seems like Arjen Kreling got there first. Just under 35 seconds on the clock remaining, plus an additional lap still to go, and then we head back to Minimax very, very soon indeed. It will be their second and final race here today at Wackersdorf. We head to Motorsport Arena Mülsen in around 13 days' time for the second weekend out of 4. Then it will be a 41-day break between Mülsen and the Kart Club Kerpen Mannheim on the 21st and the 22nd of August, and then another 41 days to wait until the season finale at Motorsport Club Wittenborn, just outside of Wixtersbach in Hesse in Germany. So timer has struck 0, and the battle is waging on. So Gabriel Hofmann has got this, plus another additional lap to get past Arjen Kreling. The time is fast not on time. So a great stalemate duel between the two. Kreling has had Hofmann's number. And very soon, the two leaders will get the final lap board of their weekend. And then they'll have a little bit of time to wait before the podiums, which will take place at around about 4 o'clock local time here in Germany. But one more lap remains. And the gap between Noah Janssen and Nicolas Casarino now jumps to 1.9 seconds. Gabriel Hofmann threads the eye of the needle, forces his way past Arjen Kreling, going through turns 1 and 2 and into 3. And then Kreling responds by doing exactly the same thing through turn 4. Hofmann's got to really go for it now, and he's got the inside through turn 6. Kreling runs wide, but will get the apex for turn 7. Oh, they nearly tangle. Oh, Arjen Kreling held onto that one like a champ, but the back end went sideways, and all of a sudden that opened the floodgates for Gabriel Hofmann in the number 95, who goes defensive into turn 11 for the final time. But we wait to see where our leader is, and he's a bit further up the road. There he is, going over the bump for the final time. And there is Nicolas Casarino. But out of the final corner, it's going to be a championship lead and a second victory on Sunday. Noah Janssen absolutely celebrates in style, punches the air with the left hand and says, yes, I've done it. Congratulations to FM Racing's Noah Janssen, who provisionally takes the championship lead coming out of this race weekend, and he celebrates with both hands off the wheel. And I know for a fact that at FM Racing there will be plenty of celebrations in the awning with the Fleischmann family. So congratulations, Noah Janssen, provisionally our weekend winner, and what's more, our championship leader going into Mülsen in a couple of weekends' time. Right, let's have a look at the final results. All results today that have been called by myself are provisional, pending any sporting and technical checks. So Noah Janssen winning by a comfy 2.128 seconds, still celebrating as he heads into the dummy grid with both hands off the steering wheel. He's deserved it as that young man. Nicolas Casarino finishes in second position. So a solid pair of results for the number 12. Gabriel Hoffmann managing to get past Arjen Kreling, but with all that battling, unfortunately, third was all that he could take in both races this weekend here on the Sunday. Arjen Kreling takes fourth, ahead of Christos Malakos. Tim Steger takes sixth, ahead of Stavros Tsodos Francia, who rounds out the 7 that completed all 11 laps of the race. So from Micromax, we turn to Minimax. Let's have a look at the grid for race 2, our final here for the Minimax division, ahead of a 9-minute plus 1 lap encounter. So dramas befell both Simon Meyer, who starts 7th, and Alexander Klugel, who starts 9th. But it's Mika Trapp that starts from pole position in the 118. He had a great battle with David Girouche in the 121 all race long last time out. Naim Bretag and Kenyon Washington complete the top 4 positions ahead of Matthias Schulte, Devin Leon Ukar, Simon Meyer, Ramona Hummel and Alexander Klugel. So effectively what then does happen is we find out who is going to be the driver that really will come up trumps this weekend here in Minimax. So Mika Trapp has the initial points advantage in the championship standings as the drivers now go on to their formation lap. So we wait for them to get into formation ahead of their rolling start, and when the lights go out on the gantry, we are off and racing. So both Mika Trapp and David Girouche close things up, which means that Naim Bretag and Kenyon Washington must be side by side for this particular occasion. They are the top 2 rows as Alexander Klugel and Romano Hummel close in at the back part of the order. Alexander Klugel will be fired up to get to the front of the field, having DNF'd after 4 laps after contact between him and Simon Meyer in the first final here today. Let's see what happens, shall we, ladies and gentlemen, as things get revved up and ready to rock and roll here in Minimax. So they now make their way out through the final couple of corners. So Trapp and Girouche, that's the front row. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, lights go out, we're off and racing. And already Mika Trapp gets a good advantage, and round the outside round the inside tries to go Naim Bretag and gets past David Girouche before we've even hit turn 4. There's Kenyon Washington steamrolling his way in, and he clashes with the right rear, and Kenyon Washington off. Kenyon Washington is off the circuit. He's trying to get that cart moving, and oh my goodness. Kenyon Washington had an absolute mare, and it's on the first lap that has happened. So Kenyon Washington's weekend started pretty badly with a DNF in the first race, and he's dropped all the way down the order. But now here comes Alexander Klugel. He's battling away with Matthias Schulte and gets the switch back for 4th position. And now he's saying to Matthias Schulte, right, let's go after those in front. And there's 3 in front at the moment, because at the minute Mika Trapp leads after lap 1 ahead of Naim Bretag, David Girouche. Alexander Klugel now rounds out the top 4. Ahead of Matthias Schulte, Simon Meyer completes the top 6. Kenyon Washington's race has absolutely been a devastating one. He's got back out on the circuit, but he's now down a lap. Kenyon Washington will have to dust himself off after this weekend and get back racing in Mulsanne in a couple of weekends' time, because now his opportunity at a good finish, he could have possibly maybe gone for a top 3, maybe like Naim Bretag is trying to do at the moment. But one of these things that does happen is that can quickly be turned asunder. So now we've got a side-by-side, and that was Alexander Klugel with Matthias Schulte. Well, no, that wasn't. That was Simon Meyer, I believe, along with Matthias Schulte. And Meyer's trying to get his way past through turn 4. Schulte puts the blockers on, and then all of a sudden, from out of nowhere, was that Devin Leon Ukart? That was the 153. Absolutely steamrolled his way through turn 5 on the inside of the 145 of Simon Meyer, who now is struggling. But look at the top 4. Last time around, they were covered by just over 1.167 seconds, and that gap looks to be truncated a little bit. It could be down to just over a second, or maybe just under a second, as they go across the hump over into turns 13 and 14 they go. And what is more prevalent is the fact that these times are going to start coming down. Gap now between first and fourth is just over 9.5 tenths of a second. Naim Bretag and David Girouche are closing in, and David Girouche has the fastest lap in his hands at the minute after 2 laps of racing, while they're on lap number 4 at the minute. But here comes Alexander Klugel. He's going to look to dispatch the 3 in front rather expediently, as we have 5.5 minutes plus an additional lap still to go here at Wackersdorf. So Mika Trapp still leads. Alexander Klugel looking to do the old switcheroo and try and get the run on David Girouche. Well, he nearly got the job done coming out of turn 11. Through into turn 12 he goes. And he is closing in on the number 121. Girouche with Polish origin. By the crash helmet that he has, the red bottom part and the white top part. Apologies from that from my side. Had a bit of a disconnect, I'm afraid, from my remote location. But as you can see, things are really kicking off, because now Alexander Klugel has got past 9 Breytag and also David Girouche. So what has happened here is that effectively these drivers are pushing like crazy. We're on the final lap of the race. And what's more is that these drivers now are... Oh, there's been dramas. Girouche loses the back end going through turn 4. Girouche starts getting away, but that has allowed quite a few in front to get through. And now... So, effectively on the final lap, David Girouche loses the back end of the 121, and Alexander Klugel has managed to make a recovery drive and a half, and he's got himself into second position. But it is going to be Mika Trapp that's going to take the victory here at Wackersdorf and take the championship lead coming through into the final. Well, as of this weekend, and Mika Trapp has done the job. He's done the double when it counted the most. Here on Sunday afternoon, Alexander Klugel takes second ahead of Simon Mayer and Matthias Schulte. My apologies there from my side of things. Again, another router disconnect, but we'll try and keep the show going as quickly as possible. Junior Road Tax out on circuit now. Let's have a look at their last race of the weekend in terms of the starting grid. So Farin Mega leads the way and is on pole position. Nikita Genza, finishing second in the previous race, starts in second position ahead of Mikkel Pedersen and Janis Diak, who complete the top 2 rows. Rafael Renhofer and Rafael Balzer complete the top 3 rows ahead of Nevio Fischer, Louis Reichel, Louis Jacobs, Louis Detling, Austin Lee, who completes the top 11. Maximilian Schreier completes the top 12 ahead of Moritz Wolber and Gregor Feigenspan. Rafael Gritschak and Jonas Ungnade complete the top 16. Jandro Fischer in 17th ahead of Montego Massen. Richard Thomas and Ollie Glan complete the top 20 ahead of Jonny Mertz. Tom Reger, Leon Vakula, Adrian Rohr and Tom Müller. Of course, with the incident involving Fabrice Weber, we wish him all the very best and get well soon. Fabrice will not be starting the race. So 11 minutes plus an additional lap to go in this race for the Junior Rotax division. And we wait with bated breath to see what happens in this particular encounter. 11 minutes plus an additional lap still to go in the Junior Rotax race weekend. So it is Farin Mega versus Nikita Genza on the front row of the grid here at Wackersdorf for their final race of the weekend. Now they start to gather pace. They now brake, go into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Revs rise, lights go out, we're off and racing. And a good start from the likes of, well, I've just seen that Nikita Genza has dropped behind Mikkel Pedersen, Rafael Renhofer, Nevio Fischer, and I think also Janis Diak is in the mix there too. And a few other drivers trying to make moves up the order as they go through turns 5 and 6 for the first time of asking. And Janis Diak has gotten a bit closer to Rafael Renhofer in the battle for 4th place. And now they are making their way through into turn number 11. And the biggest bone of contention here is who is going to finish the race as the championship leader. At the way things stand at the moment, Farin Mega is on a maximum score. And the top 4 covered by just over 0.23 of a second. As there goes Renhofer up the inside of Mikkel Pedersen through turn 4 to take 2nd place. And there's Janis Diak trying to go round the inside of turn 4. Nearly made it the outside of turn number 5. But the good thing is that Mikkel Pedersen is still staying in 3rd position and is trying to keep on level terms with Rafael Renhofer. This is where things do count. Pedersen up the inside through turn 11. Janis Diak looking to go through as well. Nikita Genza just waiting in the wings. And what on earth was that? Janis Diak. Oh my goodness me. Just literally lit up the rear tyres and propelled himself to 2nd position. I have never seen that here at Wackersdorf. And he literally went round the outside of Renhofer and Pedersen. Pedersen now back up into 2nd. Renhofer back up into 3rd place. And Janis Diak gets muscled out of the way, and through goes Nevio Fischer and Rafael Balzer as Nikita Genza goes up through turn 6 up the inside. And there's Rafael Balzer looking every which way but loose, and he threads his way through the middle of Nevio Fischer and Janis Diak. Oh my goodness. Rafael Balzer, you have arrived, young man, but he's going to get muscled out by Nevio Fischer for position. And there goes, it's getting rather close and personal between three drivers, one of which will be Lewis Reichel, I believe, as Janis Diak has a moment, Bouncer gets compromised, and here comes the Kartschmied pairing of Austin Lee and Lewis Jacobs. And they're rounding out the top 10. Oh my goodness, we've got a real humdinger on our hands as Jacobs up the inside of Lee through turn 4 to take the position. And here comes Maximilian Schreier. They do say that two's company, three's the crowd. Well, Austin Lee has just been muscled out of the way. And then here comes Gregor Feigenspan and then some in order to get through. So this has really been one for the books here this afternoon. As again, more overtakes happening. Keep your eyes on Montego Masson because Masson has been making his way up the order. And here is one of the battles, one of the many battles. Looks like the likes of Montego Masson, Jonas Ungnade getting very much factored in. As Austin Lee drops in front of Jonas Ungnade. And just coming across the line, Jonny Mods and Tom Reger. And here's the battle for second position. Nikita Genza getting business back underway. And back into second goes the 226 last year. Was in the top 4 overall last after the end of the season at Motorsport Club Wittgenborn last year. But now keeps second position ahead of Mikkel Pedersen and Rafael Renhofer. Nevio Fischer keeps going and is trying to close in. He's about 7/10 behind. We'll make that a little bit closer this time as they come across the stripe to complete lap number 5. Safari Mega has a comfortable lead of 1.844 seconds. And there goes Mikkel Pedersen up the inside of Nikita Genza. And then Rafael Renhofer looks to do the same move, but has to back out of things. Genza looks up the inside of Pedersen there through turn number 6. For second position once again. However, not on this particular occasion. And there is Nevio Fischer. So that particular train is being led and ended by RS competition cars. So Nevio Fischer has caught up to Rafael Renhofer, who currently sits in 4th place. Oleg Lan past Moritz Wolber for 16th, as Austin Lee has been passed by both Jonas Ungnade and Montego Masson. They round out the top 12 positions. Farin Mega leads comfortably, nearly 2.1 seconds in his pocket in terms of an advantage over Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark. Nikita Genza, Rafael Renhofer and Nevio Fischer. That is your top, the remainder of the top 5. 6th is Janis Diak, who's got Rafael Balzer for company, along with the likes of Lewis Reichel, Lewis Jacobs and Maximilian Schreier, not too far adrift. We're over the halfway point here at Wackersdorf for the second race, the final race here for Junior Rotax in the opening round of the season. And the good thing is Mikkel Pedersen is keeping Nikita Genza at bay at the moment. But Nikita Genza has got through and has got the job done. And Genza made the move. It was coming through turn number 3, and he made good his intentions through turn 4 and neatly slid up the inside of the Danish driver. Now it's for the likes of Rafael Renhofer and Nevio Fischer to see if they can get one up on the 2:55. The time is fast ticking away, but Fine Mega is putting in hot laps. So is Voigt Motorsport's Lewis Reichel in 8th position. As I've just seen that Montego Masson has got past Jonas Ungnade for 11th on the road. So Genza trying to lead the chase for Farin Mega, but time is fast running out. Mikkel Pedersen has other ideas and goes up the inside of the 226 from Buda Kart Racing Team into turn 4. Genza waits and tries to anticipate what Mikkel Pedersen will do now. He's followed Mikkel Pedersen for enough laps here this weekend to know what the Danish driver might do in terms of apex orientation. But in this particular occasion here, what he has done is kept in front. Well, Nikita Genzer has kept Mikkel Pedersen rather honest indeed. And what's more, with that, Genzer is closing in. Now looking towards the inside of turn 4. Can't get through there. Into 5. Now into the hairpin at 6. Genzer just building momentum, waiting for his opportunity to strike and get past Mikkel Pedersen for that deathly killer blow that will not allow the Dane to counter-attack and retake second position back. But keep your eyes on Rafael Renhofer. Not up to 100% is the youngster from FM Racing, but he's still, through all the pain, through all the adrenaline coursing through his veins, Renhofer has shown that he is not one to be trifled with. Nikita Genzer up the inside of Mikkel Pedersen through turn 3. Renhofer up the inside of the Dane through turn 4. And Nevio Fischer now waits for his chance to strike. But a little bit further behind, Janis Diak embroiled in that battle with Rafael Balzer in the 217 for what is 6th on the road. Rafael Balzer showed good credence and good initial development as a junior Rotax driver in a Sodi kart last year, but now he's unlocked that little bit extra that will help him this season. And to be fighting in the top 10 already, and we're only in the first round, just shows how much maturity that youngster is showing. So we're on lap number 12 of this race. Fahin Mega has a comfortable lead. It's nearly 2.6 seconds ahead of Nikita Genzer, as now Nevio Fischer trying to force the window of opportunity, as the German looking to get past his Danish teammate in the form of Mikkel Pedersen as they go through into the triple right here at Wackersdorf. And now we've got a 5-second penalty coming to one of the drivers, and very shortly I'm sure that on the live timing I'll find out exactly who that is as the drivers continue to make their way around the circuit. So a 5-second time penalty will be thrown somebody else's way. But at the moment, Fahin Mega leading the way. Nikita Genzer coming under fire. There's Rafael Renhofer with the move up the inside with 23 seconds on the clock remaining. And there we go. That was the move that Rafael Renhofer was waiting to put on Nikita Genzer. And now the floodgates could have unceremoniously opened, with the 226 being passed by the 232 for second place. So 258, and that is Jonas Ungnade, will get a post-race 5-second time penalty for pushing, and that will put Jonas Ungnade down into, well, out of the top 20, judging by my estimation. Final lap board is out. Fahin Mega off into the distance, and he has gotten away quite considerably, to the point where he's 3.1 seconds ahead of Rafael Renhofer, who holds on to second. Third is being occupied by Nikita Genzer on the final lap, and Nevio Fischer looking to strike whilst the iron is hot. If he gets an opportunity, he is going to send it past Mikkel Pedersen. As we fast ran out of time, Rafael Balzer finds himself in 6th position as we turn our attention to Fahin Mega, who is very shortly now coming through over the hump for the final time. And it has been a Sunday to remember. The win in the pre-final, Fahin Mega provisionally leads the championship heading into Mulzen in a couple of weeks. Great work by Rafael Renhofer to take second, just 0.285 ahead of Nikita Genzer. Great to see Mikkel Pedersen and Nevio Fischer keeping Renhofer, Genza, very, very honest as they completed the top 5 at the end of 14 laps of racing. But it's Mega Day. It's Farin Mega's Day here at Wackersdorf. So let's have a look at the results here at the Junior Road Tax final. So Farin Mega wins by 3.027 seconds at the checkered, ahead of Rafael Renhofer. Nikita Genza takes P3. Mikkel Pedersen 4th, ahead of Nevio Fischer. Rafael Balzer in 6th, ahead of Janis Diak. Louis Reichel, Louis Jacobs, Montego Masson, Louis Detling. Austin Lee rounds out the top 12, ahead of Maximilian Schreier. Gregor Weigenspann, Oleg Lan, Rafael Gwitschak, Leandro Fischer, Adrian Rohr. Jonas Ungnade gets demoted to 19th at the flag, ahead of Moritz Wolber, with Leon Vakula, Richard Thomas, Jonny Mertz, Tom Reger, Tom Müller rounding out the 25 that finished the entire race distance with Fabrice Weber. We wish Fabrice all the very best wishes in getting well soon, and hopefully we'll see the 234 from Karchmi.de back on track at Mulsen in 2 weeks' time. Big thank you to the Junior Rotax contingent. We'll see them in a couple of weeks' time at Motorsport Arena Mülsen in Eastern Germany. Let's have a look at the grid for our final for Senior Rotax. So, pole position being occupied once again by Linus Hansen, the reigning and defending champion. He starts P1 ahead of Vincent France, who did the clean sweep yesterday with 2 heat victories. Lucas Hartmann and Luca Thiel round out the top 4 positions ahead of Bennett Arends in the 327 and Luca Köster in the 366. Manux Vers in the 341, Finchdiak in the 339, Max Busch in the 313 and Mark Lupfer in the 308 round out the top 10 positions. Adrian Dobrich, Lucas Thompson, Giuseppe Fico, Jan Heinen, Denny Bount, Morris Schmeis, Kian Agasade, Lasse Reinhardt, Leander Luke Schneider, Andrei Petropoulos, Lukas Vavajanak, Finley Hamfrecht, Vivian Michel Haidt, Mats Johan Overhoff, Louisa Kehler, Bastian Balaj, Darius Nitu and Philip Keskik running out the 28 strong drivers. 14 minutes plus an additional lap to go in their season. After this, we will in their race weekend. My apologies there. Before we go into our last 3 races of the weekend. As you can see, the sunshine is definitely not showing itself that well. In the fact that there is a bit more overcast. It's 25 degrees Celsius, 49% humidity, and there is an easterly 8-kilometre-an-hour wind here in Wackersdorf. So we wait with bated breath to see what happens over the next 14 minutes, plus an additional lap. So it's down to Henson and France to control the pace. Into the tram lines we go. The revs start to build. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights out. We're off and racing. And once again, a good start from Linus Henson as Lucas Hartmann now takes second. Bennett Arends up into third. There's now Vincent France trying to muscle his way through. Luca Thiel rounding out the top 5 ahead of Manux Wirtz in 6th place. Max Busch and Luca Köster round out the top 8. Bastian Balaj has made his way up into 25th position in the early foray. But as always, here at Rotax Max Challenge Germany, things are rather racy and things get frantic. But the good thing is that now these drivers will start pushing. So Linus Henson looking to do the double here today at Wackersdorf to start his title defense in earnest here in Bavaria. So across the line to complete lap number 1. And Linus Henson has a 0.66 lead over Lucas Hartmann. There's Bennett Arends ahead of Vincent France, who's looking to get through. The number 330 up the inside to take 3rd position through turn 4. And with them goes Luca Thiel. Manux Wirtz and Max Busch rounding out the top 7. Luca Köster 8th. Giuseppe Fico and Finchdiak round out the top 10. Jan Heinen and Kian Agasade round out the top 14 positions. As Denny Bount drops a couple of places down to 15th, and he's ahead of the 301 of Kart Performance Racing's Andrei Petropoulos. Darius Nitu up to 19th, ahead of Lukas Vavajanak. Louisa Kehler and Philip Keskik now ahead of Bastian Balaj, who drops down to stone dead last. 12 minutes and 16 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. Arends staying in 4th and is fractionally ahead of Luca Thiel, who looks to banzai up the inside, and he does, and he clashes. Oh my goodness, and Bennett Arends is probably, he's nearly had, well, he had one hand, his helmet in one hand, as if to say, what on earth was that from Luca Thiel? Luca Thiel thought there was a move going there. Now he's behind quite a few other drivers, which probably includes the likes of Lucas Thompson. And I think that might have been Giuseppe Fico in the 394 that has gotten past. So Bennett Arends was on course for a top 4 finish. And Luca Thiel just literally banzaied up the inside of him. And all of a sudden, it was too close for comfort. And Bennett Arends was on the receiving end. I'm sure that Luca Thiel will be looked at in terms of what's happened there. Normally the race control decisions here in Rotax Germany are very, very swift and decisive. So now what that means is Bennett Arends now rounds out the top 9, because that allowed Luca Thiel, Max Busch, Luca Köster, Finn Stiak and Giuseppe Fico to get ahead and complete the top 8 positions. But in the meantime, keep your eyes on Vincent France. He's trying to close on Lucas Hartmann, and he's actually gotten past him. So Vincent France was just under 2 tenths behind. And what actually happened, I'm just going to have a quick look back, that after Arends' unfortunate coming together with Luca Thiel, it was a case of Vincent France had the momentum and he managed to get past very, very quickly. And now the battle for the lead really quite clearly on. As you can see that Vincent France and Lucas Hartmann are closing on Linus Henson. Vincent France, if he wins this race on countback, he'll win the weekend and become the championship leader by default. So you can just see now that between the top 3 last time, it was just over 9.9 tenths of a second. Luca Thiel is about 1.5 seconds off of this battle. And there is the 3:27. Bennett Arends has gotten a move on. He's started to move forward. And I know for a fact that revenge is a dish best served cold. But what he will want to do is make sure that he can get past Luca Thiel with a clean, effective overtake. Vivian Michel Hayet unfortunately has parked the kart, the number 328 from Voik Motorsport, out of the race on lap number 4. A real shame for Hayet on that particular occasion, but we'll see Vivian back with us at Musen in a couple of weekends' time. So Luca Köster, Giuseppe Fico and Adrian Dobric round out the top 10 positions. Maddox Wirtz has actually dropped to the top, well, to 15th position, and is just under 3 tenths ahead of Andrei Petropoulos in the number 301. Darius Nitu seems to be having a better race this time around and is just 0.2 off of the 301. So again, it's getting a little bit closer. Giuseppe Fico closing on Luca Köster. And Luca Köster has also been doing some work with the likes of Bjorn Niemann at kartmagazine.de. So they've been doing he's been doing a lot of testing quite recently, but he's also been doing a lot of remote data engineering, so coaching drivers. So Luca Köster, in his own right, very, very well accomplished as we head into the last 88 minutes and 15 seconds plus an additional lap. Linus Henson's lead is only just over half a second, but can Vincent France close in? Well, he can, and sets the fastest lap of the race, goes nearly a tenth quicker than Linus Henson on that particular occasion as they go through turn 4. Now into the left at 5 before the left-hand hairpin here at turn 6. So what is getting even more interesting is how quickly will Vincent France close in. Oh, we've got a mechanical black flag. And I think I spotted it was the 3:23, if I'm very much mistaken. Finley Hamfrecht has got what we call in the United Kingdom the meatball flag. It's basically the mechanical black flag, so a black flag with an orange circle in it as the leaders are about to cross the line once again to complete lap number 8. And it is, no, it's the 3:83. Denny Bount in 20th position as now Vincent France goes for the lead and gets it. Nicely done by Vincent France through turn number 4 on lap number 9. And Linus Henson, I think the move was going to happen. So we will be down to 26 competitors because Denny Bount has to park that kart within 3 laps of being shown the mechanical black flag. So Lasse Reinhardt now promoted up to 20th position as Vincent France was hoping that he might get away from Linus Henson. But Henson, very, very well accomplished, will start closing in, and look how that has happened. Right, the 3:23 of Finley Hamfrecht has got a 5-second time penalty. That's not really going to cause him any too much distress because he's in 27th position at the moment. But Linus Henson was getting close to Vincent France going through turns 3 and 4 as Denny Bout is currently in the process of parking the 383 Tony Kart entry, and that means that his race has come to an abrupt and early end. The sunshine starts breaking through the clouds once again, and Linus Henson closing in on Vincent France for the lead. So now we go on to double digits. Lap 10 in the books. Now on to lap 11. 0.2 of a second separates the two leaders, as Henson was close. Decided not to chance it, going through turn 4. Into the left at 5 before the hairpin at turn 6. Now into the triple right. 7. Turn 8. Now into turn 9 before the left at 10. Just over 5 minutes to go in this race, and Linus Henson is absolutely wringing the neck of the 333. That Rotax Max Evo engine being pushed to within an inch of the sidewalls of the cylinder, and he is closing in on Vincent France. Vincent France, 3 laps to go, clocked the fastest lap of the race. Linus Henson goes 1/100th quicker last time around, but look how close he's getting. Through into turns 3 and 4. Henson is, look at his gaze. He is locked not just on the racing line, but onto the target in his crosshairs. Vincent France knows now that he has got a fight, and it's a big one. It's with the reigning and defending champion, and by any stretch of the imagination, Linus Henson's run to the title last season was no fluke. He did it on pure pace, performance. No one, not even Luca Thiel, had a real answer for the 333. Come out of the final corner, just under 4 minutes to go. Lap 13, and Henson now 2.5 tenths behind. He gets really close into the braking zone into turn 4. He needs to be closer through turn 3, but I think what he's waiting for is when he knows he's right up close and personal to Vincent France, and then can strike whilst the iron is hot. And I would say probably with about a minute or so to go is when Henson will know that that is the time to go for broke. Risk versus reward. You can see how close he is now. Coming out of turn 12, as Denny Bout, second confirmed for retirement on lap number 9 with the mechanical black flag. Louisa Keller gets past Lucas Thompson. The gap between first and second still 2.5 tenths. Linus Henson needs to be closer, and he got closer through turn 3. Look how close he was to the back bumper of Vincent France through that right-hand hairpin at turn 4. Now the time is counting down. A look at the real run. 5-second time penalty for Lucas Thompson coming his way. We've just seen that on the digi flag on the gantry. So Lucas Thompson will be unceremoniously thrown a curveball and will end up at the back of the finishing order. Just over 2 minutes remaining. Henson gets his head down. Exactly 2 tenths. He needs to be 1.5 tenths or closer. Well, 2 tenths is the window of opportunity. And Henson is waiting. Just seeing his driving style. He's calm. He's composed. He doesn't need to thread the eye of the needle. He just needs to keep close enough to Vincent France and see if there is a mistake coming. And it looks like we've got another mechanical black flag. And I think this is the 323. I'm just going to wait until it comes into the view of the camera very, very shortly. So they come out of the final corner. And let's see. It is the 323. of Finley Hamfrecht that gets a mechanical black flag. And now we go into the last 60 or so seconds. And in many respects, Linus Henson is just waiting. It's not a case of if, it's when he's going to strike. And Vincent France is trying to anticipate that happening. Maurice Schmeis now rounds out the top 15 ahead of Bastien Barlage, who top 15. Bastien Barlage completes the top 20, having gotten past Leander Luke Schneider. Maurice Schmeis is about 2.5 tenths off of Andrei Petropoulos. As now we're going to go on to the penultimate lap here at Wackersdorf in this race for Senior Rotax. And the gap now 2.5 tenths of a second between Vincent France and Linus Henson. Henson now looking for the move, and he's gone for it. And he waited, bided his time, and he went, you know what, the time is now. And he struck. Absolutely well-timed. You need to be within 2.5 tenths of a second. And Henson was on that window, that envelope. And effectively, what that can mean now is that Vincent France could do exactly the same. We're going to find out on the final lap, because now Vincent France no longer leads. He's led for most of it. And Linus Henson was the one that was sitting pretty in second position until that absolute power move overtake that we just saw out of the final corner. Last lap board. Henson takes the look over his right shoulder. He's just over 2 tenths ahead of Vincent France, who is now trying to face his biggest rival this weekend. And Vincent France looks to really put himself in the title fight. But watch out behind. Lucas Hartmann has been closing. And there's Luca Thiel and Max Busch. It's going to be a run to the line here in Senior Rotax. But Linus Henson did the job on the penultimate lap of the race. Through turn number 4, he's got some daylight at the end of the tunnel. As now Hartmann up the inside of Vincent France on turn 11, through on the final lap of the race. France trying to counter-attack and get the switch back. He does so through turn 12. He's going to power past the 309, but out of the final corner as Luca Thiel clashes with Hartmann through the final corner. Hartmann backwards into the barriers. Linus Henson celebrates with both hands off the wheel, but Lucas Hartmann out of the race after a clash, courtesy of Luca Thiel eliminating both drivers on the spot on the final corner of the race. But it is Linus Henson that wins the double, and he consolidates a championship lead here in Wackersdorf and heads to Mulsanne in 2 weeks' time as the championship leader. Oh my goodness. That last lap was intense, but let's have a look at the results. Linus Henson winning by 7 tenths of a second ahead of Vincent France. Max Busch in third, Finn Stiak in fourth, Bennett Ahrens, Adrian Dobrich in sixth place ahead of Jan Heinen, Giuseppe Fico, Mark Lupfer. Luca Thiel managed to get going because he didn't tag the barriers like Lucas Hartmann did. And I'm sure that's going to be investigated post-race. Mark Lupfer, Luca Thiel, Maddox Wirtz, Kian Agasade, Maurice Schmeis, Darius Nitu, Andrei Petropoulos, Lasse Heinhardt, Lukas Vavagenak, Luca Köster, Bastien Barlage, Leander Luke Schneider, Mats Johan Overhoff, Philip Kesik, then Luisa Kehler, Lucas Thompson, Lucas Hartmann denied third place and unfortunately eliminated on that final corner tussle. The main thing is I see Lucas Hartmann up and out of the kart. That to me is the main thing. Finley Hamfrecht out through a mechanical black flag on lap 16. Same for Denny Berndt on lap 9, with Vivian Michelle Haidt retiring on lap number 3. Right, let's get things underway with our... Well, we've got this and 2 more races to go. DD2 out for their final. Let's have a look at the starting order, shall we? So on pole position, Marcel Steinert, who started 4th in the pre-final, finished 1st on the road, and he will have Yannick Jacobs in the 401 alongside for company. Mika Metz in the 464 and Fabian Bock in the 481, that's row 2. Robert Chopin in the 477 and Mark Bartels in the 488 ran out the top 3 rows, with Lawrence Seyfried starting 7th ahead of Ronnie Göttler in the 439 and the 466 respectively. Patrick Lipinski in the 404 and Hannes Border in the 468 complete the top 10. And then it's 24 drivers. I'm not too sure if Nico Grad is going to join us, but we have the likes of Leon Arndt, 442, Matthias Lund, 408, Florian Breidenbach, 433, Janis Stier, 444, and Philipp Dreschler in the 402, running out the top 15. Looks like Nico Gnad is a non-starter, unfortunately, so running out the 23 strong will be Dennis Thiem in the 454, Denny Schalau in the number 403, Oliver Breidenbach in the 422. Then we've got Tim Stender, Jonas Volscheid, Franziska Blöm, Fotios Kalfas, Phil Vogel, and also Nico Gnad. So that is your starting order, with Nico Gnad a non-starter this time around. So 14 minutes plus an additional lap. We'll have 2 more races after this one, where we curtail the first round of the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season here in Wackersdorf. And it has been a true pleasure being able to come back to this championship myself personally for a 2nd respective season. So we get ready to go racing. Into the tram lines we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing. And Steiner and Jacobs go toe-to-toe. Oh, Jacobs off and into the barriers! Off of turn 3. Luckily enough, that put the big barrier out of the way. But Yannick Jacobs gets out of the kart and manages to get things underway. And looking back at the footage on YouTube, a bit of a tussle, side pod with him and Marcel Steiner. Jacobs was trying to keep it around the outside. Full course yellow for the first time this season. No overtaking. Fabian Bock has got to give the position back to Mika Metz. But after that incident, I am not at all surprised. Great, swift decision-making by Race Control. We have a full course yellow here at Wackersdorf. But the main thing is, oh my goodness me, Yannick Jacobs went on a different roller coaster ride this afternoon, and that has paid to what could have been a good consolidation of points here this weekend. And in all honesty, that really has changed things in terms of how we look ahead of the race. So full course yellow, they've got to be. Now the thing is that they can't be at full racing speed. They've got to slow. They've got to go in single file formation, and that now has neutralized the race here this weekend. And in many respects, I think some drivers will be breathing a big sigh of relief. But I'm wondering, the biggest question is Yannick Jacobs up and running? Well, oh, and we've had dramas. Oh, the 422, that's Oliver Breidenbach. There's another cut. Red flag's out. Red flag's out. Stoppage has been called. Stoppage has been called by Race Control with 12 minutes and 3 seconds on the clock whilst we were under a full course yellow. Red flags out for the session. Medical team on their way to assist. So the helicopter was actually called in. The Notarzt helicopter has been called in, and one of the drivers will be taken away to the local medical facility. And as a result of that, it has been decided that we will not restart DD2 here at Wackersdorf, just really out of respect of what has happened. So further updates will occur as and when we can give you the relevant information. So the helicopter very soon will be taking off from the circuit. As a result of that, we will have the final 2 races of the weekend going ahead as planned. So DD2 Masters and also the Gierkatze 100 to close out what has been, I'll be completely honest here, this is a very, very difficult day. But obviously the main thing is that we hope that everyone involved is all okay in that incident, that the driver that will be taken over to the local medical facility nearby to Wackersdorf will be looked after. And as you can see, the helicopter now officially flying away from the circuit, and a big thank you to the medical team and to the local the air rescue doctors to be able to facilitate getting here rather rapidly on site here at Procart Raceland Circuit. And there is the helicopter flying away from the track, and there you can see the DD2 Master carts sitting there ready to go into one final race. So we'll be back very soon, and we'll get the action back underway once we are able to go back racing here at the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Germany season opener here at Wackersdorf. So, after what has happened earlier on today, the incident in DD2 race 2 this afternoon with the air doctors having to come in and take one of the drivers away. The DD2 Masters contingent here at RMC Germany have opted not to race. So effectively, the final race of the Gentleman Kart Challenge 100 will curtail proceedings. And this will be the end of the race meeting. We felt it was our due diligence to let you know, and a real I must honestly say I have a lot of respect for the Rotax racing community, and the DD2 Masters have done exactly the right decision. And obviously we still want to see some action out on track. It has put a bit of a difficult turn on the weekend, but we will have one more race to close things out. So the meeting has been called for Rotax in general, but the GKC 100 will go into their final race, and this will bring the weekend to a close here at Wackersdorf. So just a quick reminder for those watching at home, we'll be having one more race, the Gentleman Kart Challenge 100, the GKC 100, will be racing for the final time. Obviously, DD2 Masters, out of respect, have decided to not race this afternoon, and GKC 100 will close the show this afternoon here at Wackersdorf. So the Gentleman Kart Challenge, who join us for only one round this season. It's the first of 5 rounds for them. They're about to get underway with their second and final race of the weekend. Let's have a look through the starting order. So Maurice Clear took the victory, having started on pole position last time out. He will start on pole. Alongside will be the 85 of Mark Rüsser, Martin ter Heiden in the number 91, and Maximilian Severin in the number 34 complete the top 2 rows. Yannick Eder in the 30 and Daniel van Landenberg in the 23 complete the top 6, ahead of Sascha Moore in the 29 and the number 66 of Stefan Aul. The number 6 of Patrick Labouche and the number 12 of Dennis Koch round out the top 10, with Alexander Materna in the number 9, Thomas Fahorst in the number 10, Udo Brunner in the number 19, Dirk Holz in the 103, Mario Simon in the number 69, Andreas Schroeder in the 81, and Eugene Ortlieb in the number 176, bringing up the rear in 17th position. So, they've only had one race this weekend, and they felt it was only the right thing to do to have two races this weekend here at GKC 100. So a big thank you to them for joining us here this weekend, as we are on the formation lap, and things will come to a close in around about 15 or so minutes time, as Clear and Risse will be the ones controlling the pace for this second and final encounter. They will head to Oppenrode at the Motorsport Arena Stefan Beloff between the 28th and the 29th of August in about 2 months' time. And then the third round will be Bopfingen between the 18th and 19th of September, Wittgenborn the 16th and 17th of October, and then at Kerpen between the 23rd and the 24th of October. A big thank you to the whole team at GKC 100, especially Patrick Labuche, who runs predominantly the organisation. Out of the final corner they come. The sun shines brightly down on the circuit. Into the tram lines we go for GKC 100. Now it's time to go racing as they head through turns 1, 2 and into 3 for the first time. Let's see who gets the run going through into turn 4. Maurice Clear has the initial advantage, but going round the outside, that was a bit of a ballsy attempt there, and it looked to be, I think it was Marc Risse that got round the outside and has taken the lead. So Marc Risse, with an audacious move round the outside of turn number 4, gets into prime position, and Marc Risse in first. Maurice Clear, then it looks to be Maximilien Severin in the 34 CRG entry that rounds out the top 3 positions as they now go through the final couple of corners to complete the first lap. But Marc Risse coming under pressure from Maurice Clear as they go across the line. Severin in third, Ter Heide, Yannick Eder, and there's been a bit of a problem for Dirk Holz. Andreas Schroeder unfortunately deciding to not start this round of racing. Thomas Faros ahead of Dirk Holz. So 16 drivers rounded out by Eugene Ortlieb in the 176X Prix entry, running with the TM power plant. But now the top 4 has Martin Ter Heiden. Looks like Severin was looking up the inside of Clear, and Ter Heiden looking up the inside of Severin, going through into turn number 11. Alexander Materna gets past Dennis Koch in the number 12 to take 11th position. Mario Simon past Sacha Moore for 8th. Patrick Labuche now up into 6th position ahead of Daniel von Landenberg. They come across the line to complete lap number 2. It's 2 tenths between Clear in second and Risse in first as Clear looked up the inside through into turn 4. Severin keeping in the slipstream behind the number 13 as they went through turns 3 and into 4. Now Ter Heiden joins the party. Keep your eyes out for Yannick Eder. Number 30 was at the back of the top 5 last time around. So Udo Brunner past Dirk Holz for 14th place. Stefan Aul ahead of Sacha Moore for what is now 9th on the road. And Labuche drops down into 8th position, so has dropped 2 places from 6th, but the battle for the lead well and truly on between the top 4. 11 minutes and 18 seconds on the clock, plus an additional lap. Oh, Marc Risse nearly opened the door wider than a stable door for a horse to gallop its way through, and nearly got pounced upon. Maurice Clear waiting for the opportunity. We know how fastidious these drivers can be. It might be a gentleman kart challenge, but the action is anything but gentlemanly. It is absolutely banging down each other's side pods and wheels and doors in the process. As now Maximilian Severin looks to get past Maurice Clear. Martin ter Heijden has got the ringside seat and is biding time, waiting for that opportunity to get past. So Risse continues to lead after 4 laps of racing, 10.5 minutes plus an additional lap still to go in this race. And oh, sideways from Maurice Clear, but he manages to gather it up and slingshots his way past Marc Risse to take the lead on lap number 5 of this race. That was absolutely mesmerizing, completely wild and unbridled there. It was like Maurice Clear had been on a prized racehorse and started galloping up the inside of Marc Risse. Wow, that was a belter from the number 85, who's back in the lead, having initially lost it, courtesy of Marc Risse, who took the lead going into the first lap after the lights went out. Martin ter Heijden closing in on the number 34 of Maximilien Severin. Maurice Clear leads after 5 laps. And Severin goes defensive on ter Heijden. And on this particular occasion, it's very close between 3rd and 4th. No changes in the top 12 since Maurice Clear got past Marc Risse. There has been really very much a stalemate between the top 16 as we go into the last 9 minutes plus an additional lap of the race weekend. And Maurice Clear looking to solidify a comfortable advantage at the sharp end of the championship when they head into the next round in Oppenhord in a couple of months' time. And now he's started extending his lead and he's putting in fastest laps. 51.390 from the leader, the number 13 of Maurice Clear. Then it's Marc Risse, Maximilien Severin and Martin ter Heijden, rounded out by just under 1.1 seconds after 6 laps of racing. Yannick Eder, Daniel von Landenberg, Mario Simon, Patrick Labouche, Stefan Aul, Sascha Moore round out the top 10. Then it's Dennis Koch and then also Alexander Materna that complete the top 12. Thomas Verhorst, 13th. Udo Brunner, 14th. Eugene Ortlieb and Dirk Holtz round out the 16 that still are running on the circuit after 6 laps of this 1.222 kilometer circuit here at Wackersdorf. As they come across the line, and Maurice Clear has got a pretty good consistent run of fast laps going, and over the last 3 tours from the number 13, what he's been able to do is on aggregate be no higher than say a 51.45 in terms of cumulative average over the last 3 laps. That's how consistent Maurice Clear is on the CRG chassis powered by the Maxter engine. But Marc Risse, Maximilien Severin and also Martin ter Heijden have been close. We're about to hit the halfway point in this race. It's the final race of the weekend. So they come across the line. And it looks like the battle between 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th could be a little bit closer. There they come through the final corner. Well, there, a little bit further up the order, Patrick Labouche is ahead by a considerable margin in 7th, but Stefan Aul has got past Mario Simon for 8th place on the last lap. And you've also got Sascha Moore in there as well. And then the Oni Rigetti Ridolfi kart from Dennis Koch in the number 12, running 11th at the minute. And he is currently about 2 seconds behind Sascha Moore in the Kart Republic. So here at the front of the field, things are closing up a little bit more because I'm keeping my eyes on what's happening here. And Martin ter Heijden is still trying to put the pressure on. Blue flags are being waved to the drivers behind. So the leader's coming up against back marker traffic as now Marc Risse takes a look over his shoulder. Dirk Holtz now pulls the car into the pits. Marc Risse now knows he's got a fight on his hands. And the 2 behind are wanting to bring a few right-hand haymakers to the party. Maximilien Severin and Martin ter Heijden. So effectively, what is happening here? Well, your guess is as good as anybody's, because at the moment, the way things stand, Maurice Clear leads the way. He won the first race here today in the GKC 100, and he is on course with a lead of just over a second at the minute before they complete lap number 10. Ahead of Marc Risser. That gap could start to extend, because if Maurice Clear gets some slingshot overtake opportunities with backmarker traffic, well, his gap has just gone up to 1.1 seconds. So Marc Risser having to hang on for second. We're into the last 5 minutes plus an additional lap of the race weekend here at Pro-Kart Raceland Circuit in Wackersdorf in Germany. In 2 weeks' time, we head to the further eastern parts of the country. We head to just outside of Zwickau, where one of the major Volkswagen right, I think I've just seen another driver pull off to the side of the circuit. It looks like that was Dirk Holtz in the Dino liveried, in the Dino kart, the 103, and that's on the inside of turn number 11. So we'll be just outside of Zwickau. Dirk Holtz will be confirmed as a retirement imminently. As you can now see, the battle for third and fourth really waging on. Martin ter Heijden is looking to go on a bit of a tear-up and get his way past Maximilian Severin. And it could be sooner rather than later for the 91. So the second round of Rotax Max Challenge Germany heads to Motorsport Arena Mülsen. Constructed back and opened in 2019. It's a fantastic facility. It hosted our opening round last year in late August in the heat of summer, which also provided some welcome relief in the form of torrential rainfall at points, but it provided fantastic action. Looking forward to being back there in a couple of weeks' time, in about 13 days from now. So Dirk Holtz is confirmed. Mario Simon, the number 69, is also retired, as there has been a change because ter Heijden went past Severin. Severin retaliated and got back through. So that is the battle for third position. Marc Risser still hanging on at the moment, and he is currently still in second position, but Maurice Clear has gotten away to the tune of just over 1.2 seconds. 3 minutes still remain, and Mario Simon has dropped all the way down to 15th position. Dirk Holtz retires from the race on lap number 9. Eugene Ortlieb still runs in the 176 and rounds out the 14 strong at the front, at the very, very front of the field, and is running effectively a lap off of the leaders. Marc Risser using the Tony kart in a very different opportunistic racing line going through turn 3. He literally goes to the left-hand side of the circuit and then turns and steers the ship in. So a very different way of how to bring your kart to the apex here at Wackersdorf, but it's a bit of a tighter way of going through, especially with the CRG of Maximilian Severin and the Mach 1 of Martin ter Heijden. But we're into the last couple of minutes, and Maurice Clear still has the fastest lap to his credit of 51.292. Oh, and that is the number 12 kart. Dennis Koch has now gone and parked it. That's on the outskirts of turn 4, and that is him retired. Patrick Labouche and now has pulled it into the pit. So Mario Simon, Dirk Holtz, Patrick Labouche, and also that was the number 12 of Dennis Koch, as some drivers try to get out of the way, because there's still 90 seconds of this race weekend still remaining, plus an additional lap. The battle for second, third and fourth has heated up, and it looks like Maurice Clear is going for a little bit of a sunny afternoon drive here in Germany. But Marc Risser definitely feeling the pressure from Maximilian Severin, and has been soaking up the pressure like a sponge. So final hurrah here at Wackersdorf for the opening round of not just the Rotax Max Challenge Germany season, but also the first round out of 5 for the GKC 100, the Gentleman Kart Challenge. It's been a pleasure having them along with us this weekend, as Maurice Clear on course to doing the double here at the opening round of their 2021 season. And Mark Rösser hanging on, holding on by a finger thread, by basically a thread of string, and that's not by much, because he was only just under 2/10 ahead of Maximilian Severin. Martin ter Heijden still hanging on for fourth and still keeping these drivers in front, the two in front of him that he's got in his crosshairs. Very, very honest indeed. So we now are on to the 17th and penultimate lap of the race, and as Maurice Clear makes his way through turn 3, the timer about to strike 0 as he hits the apex and exits out of turn 4. That's it. One more lap to go after this. We're on to lap 17 out of 18. And Maurice Clear will be the championship leader in the Gentleman Kart Challenge 100 come the end of this race weekend. It has been a drama-filled one, obviously with the air ambulance coming in to airlift one of our drivers for further checks at the local hospital here in Wackersdorf. But next time around, Maurice Clear will get the signal he's been waiting for. One more lap to go, and Maurice Clear looking to solidify what's been a great weekend in the office in the GKC 100. And he will head into the next round 2 months from now at Oppenhord with a welcome championship lead. But now Martin ter Heijden senses an opportunity, maybe can go for third position, as one of the karts just behind just got out of the way. There looks to be Udo Brunner that has just gotten out of the way, but these three are still battling away over second position. But Maurice Clear is really looking forward to what we're going to see very, very shortly, because he will pick up his second victory, a double victory for the number 13 of Clearbush Racing. Maurice Clear exits out of the final corner and wins the double here at Wackersdorf for the opening round of the Gentleman Kart Challenge 100, and wins by nearly 1.5 seconds ahead of Mark Rösser. Maximilian Severin takes third ahead of Martin ter Heijden by just 0.02 of a second. We did have 4 retirements at the end of this race. Dennis Koch on lap number 13, Patrick Labouche on lap 12, Mario Simon lap 10, Dirk Holtz lap 8. Andre Schrader was unable to take the start. But let's have a look at the final order, the final set of results from this weekend. Maurice Clear on your screens at home, ladies and gentlemen, is your double race winner for the season opener of the GKC 100 Gentleman Kart Challenge 100 that heads to Oppenhord in a couple of months' time. He wins by 1.464 seconds ahead of Mark Rösser. Maximilian Severin takes third. Martin ter Heijden fourth ahead of Yannick Eder. Then we have Daniel von Landenberg rounding out the top 6 ahead of Sascha Mohr, Stefan Aul, Alexander Materna and Udo Brunner rounding out the top 10, with Thomas Verhorst and Eugene Ortlieb rounding out the 12. Then actually finished the race with the 3 at the bottom ending up 1 lap off of the leaders. Dennis Koch, Patrick Labouche, Mario Simon and Dirk Holtz round out the 16 that did start the race, but unfortunately all 4 drivers retired at points during this race, with Andreas Schrader a non-starter. So that is it. Drama, an air ambulance, and a race to finish the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Germany season. It has, as they say, motorsport is dangerous, and we were reminded of that very fact here today. The main thing is that we will be back in 2 weeks' time as we head to the eastern part of Germany, just outside of Zwickau and Dresden. We head to the Motorsport Arena here in Mülsen, where we welcome, for the very first time in Rotax Max Challenge Germany history, the Deutsche Elektro-Kart-Meisterschaft, who will be our guests. We will see Project E20, the fully electric, second generation, all-electric racer from Rotax in action. we will also welcome our 6 categories back here to the Rotax Max Challenge Germany season. It has been a bit of a somber way to end this weekend, but at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate the fact that you have joined us here on the official live stream. A big thank you to the Streiken crew, as always. No Camilo Horsinger this time around. He is otherwise engaged, but a big thank you to the marshalling crew, to everyone behind the scenes from the organisation, race control, our clerk, of our race director, everyone behind the scenes at Pro-Kart Raceland Circuit here in Wackersdorf. Thank you very much for those watching at home. We will see you back in 2 weeks' time here on the official Camp Company GmbH YouTube channel. A big thank you to them as well, and also to MW Race Consulting for the official timing for us. Until then, wir sehen uns und in 2 Wochen geht es wieder los in Mülsen für die zweite Runde des Rotax Max Challenge Germany Saison here in 2021. So, a big thank you to everyone watching. We'll see you in 2 weeks in Mülsen as we continue on our quest to see who will be going to Bahrain in mid-December this year. Thank you for watching, and good night.